All right, we are going to open the agenda for the Architectural Board of Review for July 26th of 2021. And we'll start with our roll call, please.
All right, thank you. This is Mary. I'll go ahead and take the roll call, and I'll start with Chair Moore.
Here.
Vice Chair Six.
Here.
Board Member Anderson.
Here.
Board Member Black.
Here.
Board Member Noon.
Here.
Board Member Olson.
Here.
And Board Member Whalen.
Here.
All right, thank you. We have a quorum.
All right. Thank you all for being here. And we'll move on to general business and approval of the minutes. We can have those up.
Oops.
They're working on it.
Maybe we should all go back to bed.
There we go. All right.
Chair Moore, we need to actually open general public comment, please.
Oh, sorry. We'll start. It's my fault. We'll start with public comment. We'll open public comment for any member of the public that wishes to address the board about a project within our purview that is not on today's agenda. And you can follow the instructions on screen. Let us know if you have a comment.
Thank Thank you, Chair Moore. At this time, I do see several members of the public have logged in to the webinar, but I don't see that anybody has raised their hand to speak on general public comment. Mary, have we received any written general public correspondence?
Thank you, Christina, and board members. We have not received any general written correspondence for today's agenda. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. Then we will close public comments and go on to approval of the minutes, please. From July 12th.
A motion to approve the minutes as submitted.
All right.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Olson. Any discussion? Okay, let's take a vote.
All right, thank you. I'll start with Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six.
I abstain as I was absent.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes. Yes.
Board Member Noon,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And moving on to other approval of minutes. Oh, was that it for the minutes? There we go. Approval of consent calendar minutes from July 19th, please.
I move we approve the minutes as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, let's get them on screen first so we have it there. Okay. So we had our first and second. Any discussion? No. Okay, let's vote, please.
All right, I'll start with Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Noon,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries.
All right, and moving on to the next. Minutes approval.
Motion to approve.
This is from
Second.
today. Do we need to read these? This is a question for staff. Do we need to read this since it's recently posted?
I think we do.
That was a question for staff. Is this something that needs to be read as it happened today?
Thank you, Chair Moore. I'm happy to read this one in since there wasn't enough time for board members to see these draft minutes on the website. Today, the consent calendar was reviewed by Chair Moore and Board Member Whalen. They reviewed 228 Cottage Grove. The project received project design and final approval and approving the waiver that was requested.
Okay. So we had, who was our first? I apologize.
Oh, that was me.
Okay, Board Member Whalen, and then who was the second?
Me.
Aye.
Okay. I'm gonna go with Board Member Olson since he raised his hand first. All right, any
Better
discussion? No discussion? Okay, let's vote.
All right, I'll start with Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Noon,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
And next in general business, any announcements, requests by applicants for continuance, withdrawals, future agenda items, or appeals.
Thank you, Chair Moore. I just wanted to announce that Board Member Black will be leaving after the second item today. And I did have, we do actually have another staff member, Miss Rosie Dicey, who would like to make an announcement to you as well.
Okay.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Moore and members of the commission. So I'm Rosie Dicey. I'm project planner with Long Range Planning. And I'm here to announce sort of the initiation of a new project in our division. It's related to, you may remember me coming before you for objective design standards for Senate Bill 35 projects. This is the follow-on project which we got funding for from a grant from the State Department of Housing and Community Development. So we're expanding the objective design standards concept to all multi-unit mixed-use housing projects in the city. And we have enough funding this time around to work with a consultant. So we, after having a request for proposals process, we selected Opticos Design out of Berkeley to work with us on this project. It'll take place over a period of about 2 years. So we have a lot of time to work on this. We anticipate having lots of graphics and input from your board and the Historic Landmarks Commission. So I just wanted you to be aware of this. At some point, we'll come back to you. We will probably have a stakeholder work group on this project, and we can come back, you know, at various points in time and give you updates. So that's my announcement, and I'm happy to take any questions if you have a couple of questions.
Okay, thank you. We'll see you again soon, I'm sure.
Thank you, Rosie.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just thanking you for having me, and yeah, I'm happy to answer questions, but if you're ready to move on, you'll be hearing from me soon.
All right. There's no questions. We will move on to any other announcements, etc.
Thank you, Chair Moore. I just wanted to announce to the board today that we have a different plans manager. We have Mr. Adam Nares controlling the plans today. So we will be doing some things in the background to make sure that we have what we need on screen.
Okay, thank you. Any subcommittee reports? No? Okay. Great, then if we can, let's move on to the first item. Make sure, are we on schedule here, or are we ahead of where we should be? Let's see.
3:15.
At 3:15, we can do it. Okay. So this is item number 1, which is 801 Cliff Drive, and this is a review after final. This project was approved in 2016 to address violations of an enforcement case ENF 2014-00616 for extensive unpermitted tree removals, landscape alterations, architectural changes, and other site improvements. The current request is for ABR to review after final review of proposed changes to the landscape plan so that the plan matches existing conditions on site, as well as a request to plant date palm trees instead of the approved Monterey cypress trees. This landscape plan is separate from and does not involve changes to the habitat restoration plan for the undeveloped riparian and monarch butterfly habitat area on the site. The requested changes must be found in substantial conformance with the project's coastal development permit. At this hearing, the ABR will provide comments on the requested changes. Project will then be scheduled for a planning commission meeting for comments on the requested changes. Comments from the ABR and planning commission will be considered by the community development director in making a ministerial determination as to whether the proposed changes are in substantial conformance with the approved CDP. If determined to be in substantial conformance, the landscape plan would then return to ABR for approval. Okay, so Again, this is a review after final requested for changes to the landscape plan, which was approved on November 21st of 2016. No final appealable decision will be made at this hearing, and the project requires compliance with the ABR landscape design guidelines. All right, it looks like we have Mr. Bowman with us to do a introduction.
Yes,
Go ahead.
thank you, Chair Moore. Reading that project description really did a good job of setting the stage for the review of this item. It's unusual for the ABR to see a review after final this many years following the ABR's approval. And that's happened because the building permit associated with the approval back in 2016 has just been dragging out for years and not getting completed. Getting building inspector sign-offs. So finally, we undertook a coordinated effort between building and safety and planning staff and the city attorney's office to really put the pressure on the applicant and owner to go ahead and get all this stuff completed. So we've been working on that for probably a year and a half, having meetings with the applicant team approximately monthly or at least every 2 months. So we are making progress. But one outstanding item is the cypress trees that the owner just didn't wish to have. So he's entitled to come back to the ABR and request a change to the ABR landscape plan approval. So that's what we're doing today. So that's the main question before the ABR really, is that change of the Monterey cypress to the date palms. And I should have been more specific in this project description and specified the type of date palms, because the proposed trees are Phoenix dactylifera, and they're not considered to be an invasive species. And they could be mistaken for Canary Island date palms, which are the Phoenix canariensis. So I saw that Bob Cunningham had sent a public comment letter to the ABR. So that was my fault for just saying date palm on the project description. But that's the invasive species is not the one proposed today. So we have the current plans for your review. It's comments only, like you just mentioned in the project description, because of the substantial conformance determination. But if the ABR decided just to go with the proposal, if the ABR decided to hold to the 2016 approval, we wouldn't need to do the substantial conformance. So we could just, the ABR could continue it for the plans to be updated to show that the cypress trees would be installed as approved. There are some miscellaneous other changes to the plan that's in front of you for review today. None of them are really significant changes to the landscaping. The 2016 plans called for removal of just dozens of palm trees that were at the site. So I would say at least several months ago, I walked the site with the applicant to confirm that all the palm trees proposed to be removed had been removed. So we checked that item off of our list of outstanding violations. And while we were walking around out there, I noticed that there were some just miscellaneous changes to the landscaping from the 2016 approved plan. So we would like, our goal is to get an approved plan on record in city archives to reflect the existing condition. And Mr. Black, or if anybody has any comments on some of the other changes other than the main tree replacement question, feel free to comment on that. Otherwise, we just wanted to document the existing condition for the record. And we also have for reference, or I guess we could go ahead and show quickly some photographs of the site from 2012. These are from Google Street View, and I thought they would give you a little bit of background. So Mr. Nares can just scroll through these pictures. I just wanted to let you really at this at this time in the hearing, just let you know that these are here for reference. And this gives you a sense of what it looked like in 2016. The current property owner, as I recall, he acquired the property in 2014. So this was before the present owner even owned the property. So these give a sense of how much tree canopy was on the site, to compare with what's being proposed with the date palms, if the proposed tree canopy is sufficient to make up for what was removed. Not to say it necessarily has to be, but just your reference point for the kind of tree canopy that was there. I think I'll leave it at that for now, but I'm here for questions if you have questions for me. Thank you.
Okay, so you mentioned thank you for that. And you mentioned it's comments only. Does that require a motion or is it simply a list of board member comments?
I think it's a list of comments. I think we would like a straw vote on the tree question, the main tree question, so that we know which way the ABR would go, because ultimately it does have to, the review after final is a action by the ABR after we figure out the substantial conformance part of it. So I think a straw vote would be helpful so that we know if the ABR is willing to approve it when it does come back, whichever way it goes.
Okay. Does anyone else have questions for Mr. Bowman? Go ahead, Mr. Whitman.
Yes, Mr. Bowman, what is the number of Monterey cypress trees? I got confused in some of the letters and information. Is it 27 or 24?
Yes. Hi.
It's 27.
I was gonna swing by and I couldn't reach that, so I was gonna call her just to say hi. And
The number of trees.
So she's anxious now because she's had physical therapy and she's petrified it's going to happen again.
I think you asked the number of palm trees. I'm hearing a couple of different speakers.
Yeah.
At the same time. I think you asked the number of palm trees proposed.
Yes, the number of Phoenix dactylifera.
I don't remember off the top of my head, and I don't want to misspeak. So that would be a question for the applicant, if you don't mind.
All
I
right.
just don't
No,
want to give you the wrong answer.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Black.
I just have a question. So, Mr. Bowman, you indicated that you were out on the site, and I'd read some comments from the public and elsewhere that there are some plant materials, specifically other palms, that were unpermitted, which have been planted on the site. Has that been corrected or no? As far as the unpermitted plantings that were on site.
Well, the unpermitted palms that were on the 2016 plans when we first did the enforcement, those have all been corrected.
Okay.
And there may be a few here and there that
Sure.
that have been put in place since then.
Okay, so the primary issue obviously is the cypress versus the dactylifera, yes?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
I have one, yes. There is mention of the monarch butterfly in here. Is there any consideration of that in for us to decide between the palm and the cypress?
Board Member Olson, not particularly. The reason I don't say just an outright yes or no is we got it's not a public comment letter, but we just got a letter this afternoon from the biologist, and he provided some good background that I didn't remember really about how the Monterey cypress were originally proposed as kind of a supplemental species that butterflies might like, although they were never per se a part of the restoration plan. So in that sense, they can be changed by the ABR approval without affecting the habitat restoration. The habitat restoration plan is separate, and this wouldn't affect that one way or the other with either of these species. But the biologist did provide some insight on how at the time they were included because they might provide some additional tree canopy favored by the butterflies. Although his letter goes on to say he now thinks they're more of an invasive species and doesn't recommend them now.
Thank
So
you.
not super clear on that.
Okay,
I have a question, Mr. Borgen.
go ahead.
Where is the restoration project in relationship to this project? Is it down sheet on this particular sheet where the restoration is?
That's
So it's
right.
very
correct. Yes, board member 6. It's not exactly, but it's pretty closely shown by that heavy black dash line running below the developed area of the site. But I guess a better way to think about it when you see it in the pictures is all the site development is just outside the restoration area. And then there's the edge of the parking lot and a chain link fence. And then everything south of that is the habitat restoration all the way to the southern property line, which is where a stream flows through there. And then on the other side of the stream is City College property, which also has some habitat on their side of the property line. It's kind of an invisible property line down there in the creek bed.
Uh-huh. All right, thank you.
Okay, if there's no more questions, we can allow the applicant to make their presentation. Okay. Do we have our applicant? Okay. Okay,
Hi, board
welcome.
members.
Welcome. If you could introduce yourselves and take us through this proposal.
Hello, I am Lonnie Roy. I am the representative of the owner, and with us is Sam. He's the landscape architect for the project. Sam did not prepare the original plans, but he prepared the revised as-built plans that are before you today. So as Tony kind of laid out, the main point of contention here is the proposed replacement of the cypress trees with the date palm trees. And the reason we are coming forward with with these proposals is few reasons. As Tony had kind of mentioned, we had talks with our biologist on these trees here and kind of why they were originally proposed, which was kind of a supplement to the restoration area, that these trees could potentially be overwintering sites for the monarch butterfly. But kind of as the trees got implemented on the site plan, the chances of them actually performing that function seem pretty minimal because the trees are spaced periodically throughout the site. They would be exposed to the elements. For it to really be an overwintering site for them, they would need to be planted more in a grove situation where it's protected from wind and other elements. So the trees, as they were kind of planned here, didn't really perform that function, according to the biologist. And then there were a number of cypress trees that were included in the restoration planting, and all of those did not survive. So in addition to them kind of not working out on the site so far, we have a number of other properties with cypress trees, and we've been having trouble with them as well, with pests and just having to water them a lot more than anticipated. So from a long-term maintenance standpoint and sustainability standpoint, we really feel that the date palms are a better choice as the climate continues to warm. Again, the Monterey cypress trees aren't per se native to Santa Barbara. So as the climate heats up, we feel that the proposed date palms are a little bit better fit for the area. And then in addition to that, just the theme or aesthetics of the site itself are more in the palm tree realm. Sam could speak to this a little bit more later after I'm done speaking. So it fits what we're kind of going for on the site substantially more than the Monterey cypress trees do. So I think at that point, I'll let Sam take over. He can talk about that a little bit more in the aesthetic qualities and also the beneficial ecological qualities of our proposal.
Yeah, thank you, Lonnie. So as Lonnie mentioned, the Monterey cypress did not do well in the restoration area. And because of that concern and the climate change kind of heating and the range really not being in Santa Barbara, although you see many species of Monterey cypress in town, a lot of times they're not doing as well as they used to. They do get a cypress canker. So the owner's concerned about that. He is bringing the dactylifera, Phoenix dactylifera, as a substitution for that, as a nice large canopy skyline palm. He would like to bring in large specimens in the 10-foot range so that they are pretty much an instant tree. To answer one of the board members' questions, we're proposing 29 trees as opposed to the original 27 cypress. So there are 29 trees. If you wanted to go, please, to the plan that shows, it's not the second, it's the plan that has our logo on it. It's the current plan. I can kind of identify where those trees are. The Phoenix canariensis is the one that was discussed, I think, in one of the letters, and it's not the canariensis because that does have problems with the fusarium problem and wilt. There it is. I think that's it. Yeah. And so the dactylifera is a desert tree. It's grown in very hot conditions, needs very little water, has a big, large frond canopy of 25 feet, maybe across in diameter. And you see those placed just north of the building on the left side of the plan, the west side. They're big dark circle with the white fronds coming out for them. So there's a number of them there in front of that building. There's a number of them that have been planted in the pool area just below in the center of the sheet. And they're quite a handsome skyline frond. Again, as Lonnie mentioned, the theme is such that the Beach City residents appreciate this look. Overall, they do create shade. They do create some habitat, as Larry Hunt has now identified in his biological letter that talks about this comparison between the cypress and, say, the dactylifera as a skyline and large specimen tree. We do like the way they baffle and layer the buildings from the street. So those are some of the good, strong reasons that we think the dactylifera is a good drought-tolerant, sustainable, and long-term solution. They can grow between 100 and 150 years old and in the 80 to 100-foot height. So we feel like that is a substantial height that responds to the proportion of the buildings. The next plan shows additional trees on this plan of the western section. I think there's 12 trees included. And on the other side, I think there's another 20, there's another 15 or 15, total of 17, a total of 29. You can see along the Loma Alta side that there's additional Phoenix dactyliferas placed there and on the corner of Cliff and Loma Alta. And then there's some down at the southern entrance of Loma Alta. So we feel like we've sprinkled them in good locations to the buildings. There's also existing dactyliferas in that center area of the property along a bocce court. They're kind of shown in a halftone. I don't have an arrow, but I point right above that middle building on the bottom section, now moving down towards the right. They are paired up in kind of an alley, framing both sides of a bocce court. And they've got quite a nice look on the skyline looking up from Loma Alta as you're walking the sidewalk going to City College. So the locations, the response to softening the building, the appreciation of the residents, and as Lonnie mentioned, the theme of Beach City is creating kind of a fun atmosphere in this area, close to the ocean, close to the beach. So we feel like the toughness and durability of the palm, the ability to be low water needing and drought tolerant moving into our climate change and our warmer and hotter conditions, as well as the drought and sustainability for water savings. We feel like the size and scale of instantly putting in these larger trees is going to be very successful. And we really appreciate the report that Larry Hunt has given us in terms of, this species creating potential habitat as well, adjacent to the restoration. It is strange why the Monterey cypress didn't do well in the restoration, and I think the owner's experience on other properties is like that, and so he's very leery of it being the specimen tree that everybody wants it to be, and he's willing to take the effort to substitute and make this nice specimen palm part of the fabric of this property. I think that's it, unless there's any questions that anybody has on the existing landscape. I think Mr. Black had raised some. I'm happy to answer any questions on the landscape. Thank you.
Okay, we'll get to questions in a minute. Does that conclude your presentation?
Anything else, Lonnie?
Yes, it does. No, I think that covers it.
Okay, thank you. We now need to open public comment. If there's any member of the public that would like to address the board regarding this project, please follow the instructions that will be brought up on screen. And that will notify staff.
Thank you, Chair Moore. At this time, I don't see that any member of the public has logged into the webinar and raised their hand indicating that they'd like to speak on this item. I'm going to just stay on just to give members of the public a little bit of time, and we'll check with Mary to see if we've had any written public correspondence.
Yes, thank you, Christina and board members. We did receive written correspondence for this item from Lori Marks, Sue Meller, Mary Turley, Sheila Lodge, Bob Cunningham, and Susan Owens, and they were distributed to the board before this meeting. Thank you.
And thank you, Chair Moore. I do see that a member of the public has raised their hand indicating they'd like to speak on this item. Mary Turley, I am going to unmute you, and you will have 2 minutes to speak. You will need to unmute yourself as well, Ms. Turley. Thank you. Ms. Turley, I see that your microphone is green and you may speak for 2 minutes. Ms. Turley, we can't hear you.
You hear me?
I can hear you now. You're very, very quiet.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I can increase my volume. I'm so sorry. I'm going to have to just reduce this screen.
Actually, you sound great now. So where you're at now is perfect.
What's that?
Your volume is perfect right now.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much for your work on this, ABR members. And I've already submitted a more specific letter on the reasons to choose the Monterey cypress. I have some other questions. Why the Monterey cypress trees were not planted during the year immediately after the Planning Commission hearing, and what will it take to ensure that these trees are planted now? What will it take to make sure they're adequately watered? Do we have a monitoring plan in place for these trees? There's a blatant disregard by the applicant for the final approval that ABR gave and the conditions of approval. Should there be a performance bond to ensure the trees are planted? Or should the city plant the trees and have a contract directly with the landscape contractor to have these trees planted? Can the city arborist or the Parks and Recreation Department be involved in this process? It's not clear that these are an invasive species. They're recently planted at the Santa Barbara City College, as shown by some of my pictures. And it's not clear that there's actually a cypress canker. I would recommend that you get some second opinions on this. Indications are that the canker isn't involved with these trees when planted away from the coast. There are many examples of the Monterey cypress, very, very healthy on the City College campus. I feel compelled to bring up these additional issues. I also want to mention that I do have a degree in horticulture from the City College, and I had a small design consulting firm. And none of what the applicant brings up has been verified. The date palms are categorized in the landscape plan that was submitted as higher water use than the Monterey cypress. And the Monterey cypress are considered lower water use. And by the way, there are still 8 Mexican fan palms planted off the Cliff Drive entrance. Just wanted to correct that. Take a look at some of the current pictures I took within a week ago. And if you want to consider different plans and plants and take a look at some different options of what's in the local area, I would recommend that. But please do not just approve.
That is 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Sorry, went over.
Thank you very much. Okay, do we have anybody else from the public?
Thank you, Chair Moore. At this time, I don't see any other. Oh, excuse me. I do see one more member of the public has raised their hand. Ms. Miller, I'm going to unmute you. You'll need to unmute yourself, and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you? Oh, great. Thank you for considering this matter. I concur with what Mary Turley has told you. I've lived here since 1983, and I could hardly see the buildings before. And of course, since then, they become highly visible. This is a highly visible area. A lot of people go by it. And as you know, right across the street, the Monterey cypress on the side of the City College have done quite well. I walk my dog there frequently, and I see they have continued to plant more of the Monterey cypress. There's some young ones there. If they had done so well, I'm sure they could do just as well across the street. I do believe that we need to adhere to the mitigation measures that were actually required by the city 5 years ago, and these had just been kind of brushed aside. So if such tactics are successful at this location, a precedent will be established, and you can be certain, others will copy it. So I urge you to disallow this property owner's request and plant the Monterey cypress. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anybody else?
Thank you, Chair Moore. At this time, I don't see any other members of the public have raised their hand to speak on this item.
Okay, then we will close public comment and go to questions from the board. Who would like to start with questions? Mr. Black. You're muted.
Oh, there I go. I was muted by the organizer. My question is for Mr. Mathis. So how many specimens of Phoenix dactylifera are there in the city and in a coastal environment? I can't think of any off the top of my head, but do you have some experience with some specimens that have been here for a while and been as successful as you're proposing here?
Well, one of the things, Board Member Black, that I know of is that the entire, let's say, LA of Phoenix canariensis and Hope Ranch are all starting to expire. So they're all dying slowly. And then what they're doing is they're replacing those with the dactyliferas. If you come into the Hope Ranch gate off of La Cumbra, you notice that they've replaced two of them on the right side with Dactyliferas, and they're doing quite well. They've been in for probably between 8 years and 5 and 8 years, I'd say. I was going to say 10, but maybe that's too long. They've also have a few established along the tennis courts out by the Laguna Blanca school that have replaced Canariensis that have died. So in that location specifically, I do know that the Dactylifera has been thriving kind of in a little back coastal. It's not right on the ocean. And I feel like maybe this situation is very similar off waterfront up off where the Beach City and the Cliff Drive intersection is. I don't have other examples right off the top of my head, but I'd be happy to do a little research and try to show you where the city there's more Dactyliferas being planted now, because the Phoenix sadly are not going to be around in, say, the balance of our lifetime or our kids' lifetime. Seems like there's a disease they're fighting that's uncurable. So if we want that iconic California frond, the Dactylifera is going to be what's going to replace that.
One other question. Do you have an opinion as to why the Monterey cypresses on the City College campus are doing as well as they are there?
That's a really good question. I think, the environment is right for them in that location. And I think there's an environments in Santa Barbara that are right for them as well, like at the Biltmore. There are some beautiful stands of Monterey cypress. I think that they're existing and thriving. I know you can't buy them very large in the nursery. So I think one of the owner's intent was to try to buy larger trees to, in effect, more instantly create an environment for this building than starting small. But I don't know why they're thriving. Certainly it's a healthy environment there. I didn't say that it wouldn't be. It's just that this owner's had some struggles on other properties, and he lost 24, I think, of the 25 5-gallon Monterey cypress in the restoration area. So that to him was kind of a sign that maybe there's something that's amiss in this microclimate. So he would like to try to change that and not fight that if that's the case.
The last question then. So would you agree then that there are successful examples of Monterey cypress in this area?
Yes, at City College there are.
Thank you.
Anyone else with questions? No?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayfist, was it mentioned that there are slightly different species of Monterey cypress, that one would be successful and one would not? Did I hear that?
Not to my knowledge, Vice Chair Six. I don't believe there's a subspecies that we're talking about. It's the Cupressus macrocarpa, which is the one that we're looking at.
All right. So I guess this is to Tony Boardman. So perhaps I didn't do my homework enough, but the original plan to introduce the cypress was due to the significant unpermitted removal of other cypress of the same kind, either in or outside of the restoration area. Is that correct?
Vice Chair Six, I believe it was a mix of species that were around the buildings before. We could go to those internet photos that might be helpful. I don't know if you all would be better at recognizing species than I am, but from the street view, I think we could, or maybe I know they were eucalyptus, and the owner clearly didn't like eucalyptus. In fact, that caused the whole habitat restoration, because he cut down all the eucalyptus behind the buildings that were butterfly habitats. So he certainly cut down all the eucalyptus around the buildings as well. But it was a mix. Some of them look like maybe pines, maybe Monterey pines along the front of the buildings.
There are some Monterey pines in the interior of the property now, and those.
So in that view right there, we see the big
Those will
eucalyptus that are gone. Yeah, in both of these pictures, we see big eucalyptus that were gone, but I think it was a mix of species. And there may have been some Monterey cypress. I don't know for sure one way or the other.
So if I understand correctly, and the history is that this applicant, without permit, cut down and removes a significant number of, whether they were cypress or eucalyptus, threatened the butterfly habitat, and then and because of that, was required to bring back at least cypress in the restoration area and in his property. Is that correct?
Well, in the restoration area, the cypress were just a small part of it. One thing the owner did when he cut down the eucalyptus in the habitat area was, without city consultation or approval or anything, he planted, I think it was about 60 pretty good sized box coast live oak trees where he had taken out the eucalyptus. And fortunately, those were considered to be a good species to replace the eucalyptus in that habitat area. But it was a mix. Mr. Maphis might recall. Mr. Maphis didn't prepare that plan, but he might be more familiar with it. But I know it was a lot of sycamore trees, some of the cypress, and all the oaks that were planted, and a lot of hundreds of plants that were intended to provide nectar favored by the butterflies. So that was the restoration plan. And then as far as the tree canopy around the buildings, I think it was generally felt that the tree canopy should be replaced, but it wasn't really specified. It was just more of a landscape design question, because it was such a dramatic change all of a sudden to have all that tree canopy changed. And it wasn't just the landscaping, all the buildings, the architectural style of the buildings was altered quite a bit. The applicant has a set of current site photos. You could compare even what the buildings looked like in 2012 to what they look like today.
Yeah. Were any of these long? Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm sorry. While we're on that photo, Mr. Norris, that first picture you had of that row of palm trees, because I wanted to mention one thing. Yeah, this picture right here. The public commenter, Ms. Turley, mentioned this, and because I had mentioned that I walked the site and confirmed that the trees required to be removed had been removed. But one thing I learned, there was a part of a settlement agreement regarding the large fine for cutting down the trees was a settlement agreement between the city attorney's office and the owner. And one clause in that settlement agreement said that this row of Mexican fan palms in this picture could be kept. So they are still on the landscape plan as approved. So just consider those trees to be approved, and they're not on the table for discussion because of that settlement agreement. I just wanted to mention that as I caught a glimpse of this picture.
Okay.
I might be able to add something to the discussion, Vice Chair Six. As far as the replacement, I think back in 2016, I was not the landscape architect at the time, but I think the Monterey cypress was offered on the actual project away from the restoration area as a potential habitat. And the habitat, really, because of the proximity to the street, the proximity to buildings, the aspects of the trees being in and amongst the, let's say, the development, it wouldn't really create habitat for the monarchs that they would use. So the idea was that it might be supplemental to the habitat restoration for wildlife. But in thing that I've learned from Larry Hunt, and just in terms of the habitat for the monarch, they wouldn't be roosting in these trees in the future if they were large Monterey cypress, because of their proximity to the parking lot, to people moving through the site, to the street. they like to be away from kind of activity in their own little canyon, if you will, that is south of this project. So that area was supplemented with some 3,000 in the restoration. And those plants are 85% established with the annual reporting that's been happening since that restoration was started. So it is that area back. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mathis. So, Tony, back to you, Mr. Borman. In these long discussions with applicant, et cetera, well, was the consideration that there's a very different aesthetic of what a canopy of a palm tree versus the canopy of a cypress or another species of, well, we're not using eucalyptus, but let's say a sycamore or a more multi-branched, that's what I want to say, a more multi-branched leafed tree. Was a discussion about the aesthetic difference between the two as far as a canopy look?
Vice Chair Six, that's a great point about really what we're relying on the ABR and their expertise on landscape design and aesthetics. So that's the key question, I think, the way I see it for the ABR today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else with questions? Go ahead.
Mr. Mathis, is there a reason why the new proposed palm trees are not in the exact same location as the previously approved cypress?
Very good question. If you look at this plan, you'll see on the Cliff Drive side or the north side of the buildings, a dashed circle. Dashed circles where the proposed cypress were located on the 2016 landscape plan. So in essence, you see the grouping that's behind the building on the left side of this drawing, they are in those circles, those dashed circles. So yes, they are taking place, but was the proposed cypress areas in some cases, they've been not one for one placed in the exact same spots and utilized to kind of soften the buildings, say, on the project, on kind of reanalyzing the look and the feel of groups of palms being more beneficial than singular palms necessarily by themselves. So they don't take the exact same spots, but if you move through this drawing and then the other half of the drawing to the east, you'll see that we did locate them, the new 29 individuals in the same proximity. So they're on the corner. Go to the top of this sheet, please. You'll see towards the stairs that go to the intersection. There were 3 shown there, and we're showing 2 Phoenix dactylifera in those areas. So we tried to locate them in the same zones of where they were approved back in 2016, but they didn't take the exact same spots. That answers your question.
Okay, and then I have another question. Did you look at any other alternative tree besides this palm tree?
At this time, we did not.
Okay. All right, those are my questions.
Okay.
Chair Moore,
Anybody? Oh, go
Chair
ahead.
Moore, I have one more question for Mr. Borman. Mr. Borman, if it is if the majority of the comments or whatever our delivery today will be, if there are several suggestions for not the cypress because of its problems, but other multi-branched canopy trees, does that upset the apple cart of this process and disadvantage in time to the applicant and the process that this needs to go through?
Vice Chair Six, that could prove to be helpful. I guess anything other than the date palms would have to be agreeable by the property owner, and anything other than the Monterey cypress, we would do the substantial conformance determination that we've described and Chair Moore read at the beginning of the item. We would follow that same process for anything other than Monterey cypress. So anything else the ABR and the owner are amenable to could be a possible solution.
So, Tony, Mr. Berman, if we came upon or just suggested that the applicant pick a multi-branch or leafed tree, that shoot. If we did that, oh, I know what I want to say. That particular tree, if agreed upon, could be found in substantial conformance to the initial Monterey cypress tree, correct? Plant?
I expect so. In terms of the substantial conformance, we would have a hearing at the Planning Commission. So, and we've heard the public comment today. I'm speaking from staff's position because the substantial conformance determination is an action by the community development director working with staff. So the public comment that we heard today is helpful in that determination, and whatever we hear from the Planning Commission hearing would be input in that staff or director determination too. So that's how that would play out for any alternate species other than the approved cypress.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. So in that same line of questioning, this is directed at Mr. Maphis. Obviously, the owner is interested in the palms due to the aesthetic nature of them and his desire to bring the planting more in line with his beach city theme. Is it possible at all that he would accept a different multi-limbed tree in place of the cypress?
I think Lonnie might have talked with the owner more recently. I would need to bring it to him, Chair Moore, and discuss that with him. I don't know what his feelings are going to be. I do know he does like this palm, and we like the aesthetic, and that's what we're presenting today. But I certainly would like to bring it to him and explore the possibility. Yes.
Okay. Well, if there are no more questions, let's go to comments, please. So the goal is to gather everybody's comments and then get to a straw vote where we can give a sense of the opinion of the board. We don't necessarily need a motion at this time. So.
Mr. Chair, I will
go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Vice Chair.
As I alluded in my questions, I think that, I feel strongly that there's a very different quality between palm trees and multi-branch trees. And I think that the cypress had that character and entirely different canopy and feeling, fines and multi-branch, and a much softer look and aesthetic than the date palms. And so I would strongly recommend, but I appreciate and understand climate change and the difficulties that these cypress may or may not have, and I appreciate that they might have them, and it sounds like they've had trouble with them. So my opinion would be to find, and I know that there's a lot of problem with what was before, the eucalyptus with, fractures and so forth and so on during that. I would recommend finding a multi-branched fine-leaved canopy tree that is a skyline tree that would echo the aesthetics that the cypress would have. That's my comment.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Olson.
I squeeze in here a little bit of Mr. Black. I'm going to rely heavily on what he says. I'm not an expert in this area, but I'm really concerned about the conflicting information we get from any number of people here. And Mr. Cunningham's letter, who had formerly been on this board, stated he felt the inadvisability of using these trees. And so I am also influenced by the fact that this owner did remove trees that he shouldn't have. And so I'm inclined to ask to not go along with this plan as presented today, but rather ask for some further development of the plan that he might be able to present to us that does not have so much opposition from other experts in the area.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Black?
Thank you. Well, I have to say, I am a landscape architect, not a botanist, so much of what I have to say is based on my design experience and what have you. But it seems to me that the question at hand really is whether these changes, the proposal to have Phoenix dactylifera is in substantial conformance with the CDP, which I find it does not. And I'm not convinced that, despite what the applicant has indicated here at the meeting, that the cypresses would not be successful. There are enough examples, and the applicant's landscape architect has confirmed that there are plenty of examples, successful examples of the use of the cypress, up and down the coastline. And just from a purely aesthetic perspective, I think, if you, they didn't really show many photographs of what the project looks like, from the street, but the visual impact in my mind of those buildings is as attractive as the buildings are. Don't get me wrong, but the visual impact on the street in the public, from the public way, is significant, and I just don't think that palms, has been said, really do the job that a multi-branch canopy tree is really needed to sort of soften and mitigate the visual impact of those buildings. But that said, I think, and I think Mr. Cunningham would probably agree as well, that this is a native plant. There's lots of advantages associated with it. It has been successful right next door at City College in numerous occasions, and I'm just not convinced, despite what I've been told, that it would not be successful here. And I would have to assume that if they were planted with proper maintenance, and I emphasize the word proper, that they would be successful. And from a purely aesthetic perspective, I think there's significant advantages of this particular species of tree over the proposed palms. Those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Chair Moore, I have a comment.
Oh, yes, please. Go ahead.
Yep, thank you. Again, I would also defer to fellow board member Black's opinion and to maybe continue on that. It does seem when I travel up and down Cliff that the original tree, the cypress, is more appropriate for the bluff, and not to redesign the site, but maybe the palm is more appropriate inside the site, within the site, off the bluff. As far as the concern of the proper maintenance comment, I would again agree with Board Member Black that if because there's numerous examples in the area that proper maintenance that might not be as large of a concern.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Whalen?
Yes, thank you, Chair Moore. From my experience at the university involved with the landscape, there was a concerted effort to replace this senescing eucalyptus with the Monterey cypress, and they were doing quite well. They do need more water. They aren't native to this area. They like a little more water, so perhaps the cause of their demise was maintenance. And the palm trees are from a hot desert climate. And again, my experience at the university, they could fail from the Fusarium wilt. So it seems to me that these arguments about the biology or the maintenance of them kind of balance each other out. For me, it comes down to an aesthetic value where palm trees are used to frame a view, and versus cypress trees are used to screen a view. And that, I think, was the underlying purpose of the original proposal. So I would be strongly in favor that the 27 cypress trees be installed as approved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else to add? I don't have anything to add that hasn't already been said. So I think if we're ready, we should, I think the critical question is listed in the project description, and asking if the proposed plan is in compliance or substantially in conformance with the approval. So I think that's probably a good place to start. So let's do a straw vote of how many board members feel that the proposed changes are in substantial conformance with the previously approved project. So that's no hands. Okay.
Excuse me, Chair Moore.
Yes.
I think rather than substantial conformance, the question would be, would the ABR find the replacement date palm trees acceptable to be approved? That's what we're looking for from the ABR. Could the ABR approve those as the species for this landscape plan? And it might be a subtle difference, but I think it's kind of an important distinction between using the term substantial conformance. And then while I'm here, we would like for the board to make some sort of motion, whether it's a continuance back to the ABR or continued indefinitely to continue on with this substantial conformance hearing at Planning Commission, et cetera.
Mr. Bowman, would like to suggest a slight change to that. If you are asking us to see whether or not we would approve of that date palm, I think you should add, or we should add, in the proposed locations, because it's possible that that tree could be used some other places. So that would be my suggestion. See what your opinion is about.
Oh, that's true. As Mr. Noon mentioned, maybe the palms are not a concern if the owner would like to have those in the interior of the site versus having something else on the exterior for screening or from the street view for screening.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, well, so it sounds like we need a motion. But it would be good to get some input as far as the species of the tree, if that's important, or any other details. So Vice Chair Six pointed out that, you know, perhaps there's other multi-branch trees that could be used in place of the cypress if the cypress is the issue. And it's just not appropriate. However, others have pointed out that there's plenty of examples adjacent to this site where the cypress are doing just fine. So that's a...
Chair Moore, if I may, I think that you hit the nail on the head. I think we need to have a couple straw votes on, you know, one being, well, I think it's apparent that Palmies alone is going to be a hands down. Oh, I mean, a no support. But I think we have additional straw votes on whether the ABR would be willing to see other species other than cypress to have the same aesthetic as this would have.
Okay, let's start with that one. Let's have a straw vote. How many board members could support a substitution for the cypress trees for an alternate multi-limbed
leaving
tree species tree that is similar in its aesthetics? Raise your hand. So that's 3 and 4 no's. Okay, so that, I go with that.
That's fair.
And then what else? So hopefully this is the case, but how many board members can support the planting of palm species within the property, but not on the perimeter of the property? So, and so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Was that everybody? Let's put our hands back up so we can. Okay, so that's everybody. Great.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
The clarification with that vote was that those palm trees would be in addition to the sensitive perimeter, either Monterey or other species.
Well,
I mean, we're not supporting just moving these palm trees around.
No, that wasn't the.
Good. I just wanted to clarify. Yes.
Okay. Okay, any other ideas to throw out there that the applicant could pursue? Yes, Mr. Whalen.
I'll make a motion that the 27 Monterey cypress trees be installed as previously proposed and approved.
Second.
Okay, is that motion a continuance to Planning Commission or back to ABR?
Well, I'll leave that to keener minds to comment upon. I guess it comes back to us.
Mr. Bowman, would you like to weigh in?
Yes, I'm not a keener mind, but thank you for the question. What board member Whalen moved would not require a substantial conformance determination because the cypress would be installed as approved. So that could be a continuance back to the ABR for the review after final. It's still the review after final, but to do, you know, maybe some combination of palm tree. Well, I guess the motion was for all 27 of the Monterey cypress and maybe allow some palm trees in addition to that. Would be a possibility, but the applicant would, anyway, the applicant would return to the ABR for a landscape plan with a revised landscape plan. And it would just require a review after final approval by the ABR, not a substantial conformance determination.
Okay, is that the way you want it, Mr. Wayne?
Yes.
Okay. So it was seconded by, who got there first? Mr. Olson or?
Yes.
Okay, seconded by Mr. Olson. All right.
So
Let's take-
under discussion, if I might ask?
Yeah.
Sorry. So planning commission does not play a part in any of this at this point, as far as the coastal development permit?
Not at this point. Based on this motion, they would not at this point.
Okay, and that's okay with staff? Yes?
So,
Board Member Black, that's right. Because I think that would take the substantial conformance determination with the coastal development permit off the table if they go ahead and install the Monterey cypress. I mean, unless the applicant returns with something strange on the landscape plan that we would call into question substantial conformance with the coastal permit again. We would have to look at the plan when it's revised and resubmitted.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion?
I'd like to ask Mr. Whalen to just simply state his motion once more so that we're clear on it.
Well, as amended, it would be, the motion would be for the 27 Monterey cypress trees to be installed as previously approved and returned to the ARB with a revised landscape plan. Is that right?
Second.
ABR, but yeah.
Under discussion before we vote, I'm going to vote no, but I'll hopefully articulate that I'm not supporting the palms, that there is perhaps a more successful different species that has the aesthetics, the broad, the size, the heights and so forth. All right, could be substituted and still have the same aesthetic look.
Okay, well, the applicant can return with an alternate species if they'd like and see if it is appropriate and the board is supportive of that. So that's one approach that they could take. Okay, if that's all of.
I'm sorry, just not to belay it, but if we all vote no, he's still entitled to come back with an alternate, correct?
Believe so, yes.
Okay.
Okay, let's take our vote.
All right, thank you. This is Mary. I'll go ahead and take the roll call vote, and I'll start with Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Block,
Yes.
Board Member Noon,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, we can move on to the second item. We can have that up. Okay. This is item number 2. This is 3344 State Street. We can have the description. There we go. This is a new item for concept review, and it is project to abate the violation in ENF 2013-01400, including permitting of as-built bathrooms in rooms 5 and 6, remodel as-built motel room 4.5 into hotel storage area, and remodel / conversion of approximately 929 square feet of the manager's residential unit to commercial floor area to accommodate a new hotel breakfast area and lobby. A new exterior trellis patio area open to the sky is proposed adjacent to the new lobby. Additionally, the project proposes to permit as-built mechanical units. Accessibility improvements are also proposed, including a new parking lot arrangement with new ADA parking spaces, ADA path of travel throughout the property, and 2 motel rooms remodeled to be ADA accessible rooms. New bike parking is also proposed. Staff hearing officer review of 3 zoning modifications is required. 2 setback modifications are required to modify an existing non-conforming building along 2 front setbacks. And a 3rd zoning modification is required to grant relief from the current city parking standards. A waiver by the ABR for alternative landscape design is also requested. No final appealable decision will be made at this hearing. The project requires compliance with the project compatibility findings and the Upper State Street area design guidelines. All right. I believe this project has been here before in some other incarnation. Does staff have something to say?
Thank you, Chair Moore. I just actually wanted to introduce the planner for this project. Ms. Arciniega is here, and she'll give an introduction to the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Moore, board members. So you're correct that in 2016, this project came through for the same modifications. And the applicant can go into more detail, but I believe it didn't happen because the SWIMP requirements were too onerous for the owner to complete. So they came back at it. This is a reduced scope of work, less change of square footage. So it's actually now tier 2. Same modifications. It's an existing hotel and the 2 front setbacks. So change of use inside the building actually triggers the 2 zoning modifications for front setbacks. And then they're requesting a reduction of parking requirements from 33 spaces to 30 to allow for the reconfiguration of the parking lot and revised standards, which also include ADA improvements, path improvements, and new outdoor space reconfiguration. If you have any questions, I'm here, but I'll leave the applicant to present the details of the project.
Okay, welcome. If you could introduce yourself and unmute yourself, or there you go. All right.
Now I'm unmuted?
Yep, you're ready to go.
Cool. Paul Zink, architect of the project. Thank you very much. Staff did a good presentation in the sense that, yes, it has been before you. We did get a full set of working drawings and permits, and they decided not to do that project. So now we are here with a reduced scope of work. If we can go to page 2 of the submittal, I just want to go over a couple of photographs at the top column, just so that people can have a bearing of where we're talking about. At the top, you can just see the corner shot of the 2-story building that's there with the lamp, street lamp in front of it. And then the middle section, you can see right above the word street. That's the hotel. We have driven past it multiple times. It's across the street from Loretta Plaza. I'll go over some of the site plan changes, but we are requesting positive comments for the staff hearing officer to reapprove our requested alterations to an existing non-conforming building and 2 front yard setbacks. Along State Street, right above where the word street is, you can see that there are 2 curb cuts leading into this parcel. We will now only have 1 curb cut. We are removing the curb cut on the left, and we'll have our ADA path of travel from the city sidewalk to our front door. And then the curb cut on the right is getting throated and it's getting narrower. If we go on to the third page, it's the existing site plan. And if anybody wants me to go through more photographs, I'm more than willing to. On this site plan, I just want to show you the 2 areas that we are changing within building 1 and building 2, in which we're changing the interior change of use from a residential component to a commercial component. And that's because this building had an on-site manager and an on-site caregiver, and we're converting those spaces into commercial usage. And so we're allowed 1,000 square feet in the Upper State Street area before we have to do a traffic study. And so that's how we're doing that square footage. The total goal, which has been the goal of this project since day 1 in 2014, was to create a breakfast bar for their employees or for their customers. And so people come and they want to have kind of an Embassy Suites thing where there's breakfast and they can hang out, and they had a very, very small front lobby. And so what we are doing is we're making their lobby larger, having indoor dining, and then we're also going to have a covered patio for the people to hang out on. If we go to page 4, I'll show you the site plan. It seems fairly extensive, but we've actually reduced the amount of work from the previous design. And we are tier 2. I'm using Ashley and Vance. We've already done some preliminary number crunching, and so we are within that range of tier 2. And also thank you, city, for changing stormwater management on lowering, doesn't matter. You can tell that there's the 1-story set of buildings that's to the left. That's where 95% of the work that we're going to happen. When that work is happening, our 2-story building on the right-hand side will still be in operation. So we'll have that part of the building, and then we'll do a quick flip-flop while we remodel the 2-story portion. But 95% of the work is around the swimming pool and around the 1-story buildings. You can tell if you scoot down to the bottom of the page and show where the 1 curb cut is, you can see the diagonal path of travel, and there's a trellis. You can see the dashed line, that's my ADA path of travel. We have a trellis that's going to guide people from the parking lot in front of the pool to where our lobby is. And you can see where it says proposed lobby and breakfast area. Now, something I need to say about the 2 buildings that are existing non-conforming, we are not changing the roof. We are changing the windows, altering the windows, and we're also altering the interior functions of it. But the actual size, bulk, and scale, we're modifying it on the inside portion where the covered patio is. And the covered patio is open to the sky, so we don't have to worry about swimp. If we go to page 8 in the set, you can see once again the areas that are highlighted in yellow. Those are those areas that are classified as residential in the eyes of the planning department that are now going to be classified as commercial. And there was a single car garage in the back where it says motel storage, and that used to be for the caretaker to park his pickup truck, whatever, and that has been furniture. And so now we're going to officially call it furniture, make it part of our 1,000 square foot allotment that we're allowed to have. So that purpose is just to show you where we're doing the darker hashed area is where we're going to be demolishing and rebuilding stuff, and then an extensive remodel on the yellow stuff. If we go to sheet 10, you'll see some exterior elevations. Once again, we're not changing the roof. The roof has a very limited overhang, both on the sides and on the front. I am changing some of the windows, mildly, minor amount. I'm changing the arch in the front, trying to make it a little bit more beefier in that corner column. And then along Ampola, which is on the bottom of the sheet, if you can scroll up. There you go. That has a lot of changes with the windows because there's a wide variety of windows on this project. What I haven't brought to you is our color scheme. Right now, the color schemes just have all the existing colors listed because that was the path of least resistance for me at this point. But I will be coming to ABR for the next hearing after I get my staff hearing officer stuff approved with the colors. We are going to keep the white windows that we have, and we're going to change the plaster color, and then we're going to change the asphalt shingle on a building by building basis, starting with the building 1, then building 2, and then building 3. So I want to have a color scheme that as this is being built, it will migrate through the property. And then the last section I want to show you is 12, sheet 12 in the set. and that's our landscape plan. I don't have the landscape architect with us at our next hearing, where I'm going to be in progress for preliminary approval for our architecture. I'll have him with us. We are requesting a design waiver for not providing the parking landscape standards, which is 1 tree for every 5 parking spaces and all that kind of stuff. I can go back and show you the aerial photographs from 1967 and from 58 when this thing was approved, that there was no little fingers. And if we were to provide fingers, we'd even be requesting a larger variance on our parking demand. But we're providing ADA parking, the path of travel, as well as an ADA trash enclosure, which is why we're not matching or not providing the parking that is being required according to the planning code. So that is the presentation at hand. I'm looking for positive comments for the staff hearing officer for the requested mods. If you have any questions, I'm available.
Okay, thank you. Let's open public comment. If any member of the public would like to address the board regarding this project, please follow the instructions that will be on screen. There they are. You can raise your hand and that will alert staff that you would like to make a comment.
Thank you, Chair Moore and board members. At this time, I don't see that any member of the public has raised their hand indicating they'd like to speak. Mary, have we received any written public correspondence on this item?
Thank you, Christina, and board members. No public comment was received for this item. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. And let's close public comment and go to questions from the board. Who'd like to start? Mr. Whalen.
One small question for Mr. Zink, please. I noticed that there is a new pedestrian connection off of the west side onto Amapola. It appears to just dump into the street. Was there any consideration given to adding a sidewalk that would connect from the existing State Street up Amapola to the parking area that is on the north side of the complex? You can't really see it in this one. If you go to the landscape sheet 3.1, Mr. Nuez.
Sheet 12. There you go.
Well, that's it. So it looks as if there is a decomposed granite strip and trees. Was there any consideration of continuing the sidewalk up that side of the project?
There was no consideration from our perspective to put that sidewalk in there. It wasn't a requirement from the city. We are doing the gravel area over the DG because people do park there and the landscaping gets stepped upon. So, but if we were to do a sidewalk, that would be a whole bunch of ADA exercises, and it's also in the city right-of-way space. It's not part of our scope of work.
So to just continue on that point a little further, is the exiting from the courtyard to Amapola Drive, is that ADA requirement?
No, it is not. What that is when they bring in the food and things from they shop at Costco or whether it's Smart and Final, they'll park on the side and they bring it up that gate. And so it's just for access for staff to bring things into the back kitchen.
All right, thank you. That's very helpful. That's the only question I had, Mr. Moore.
Okay. Anybody else? Questions? No? Question for you. Did the parking layout change from the previously approved site plan?
The one that was approved back in 2015 to 17 with AB Design Studio, it has not changed. It's 100% the same. I mean, okay. Yeah, if you stay right there where you are, the trash enclosure flipped and slid over a little bit. That's the only change, is the location of where the trash enclosure is, but it's same number.
Okay. Great. So to highlight the areas of modifications are going to occur. So down sheet at the bottom
I
of this
can actually
plan.
show you what sheet, if you go to number 4, sheet 4. On the bottom of the lower left-hand corner, I have modification 1 and modification 2 pointing to the building where we're going to be modifying it.
Okay.
It's those hatch lines that are inside something that was classified as the residence area, manager's residence, is now going to be part of the commercial enterprise, which is going to be their expanded lobby area. That's in those areas. And then where modification 2 happens is currently the manager's kitchen is going to become the kitchen that serves the hotel guests. Then up the street where the garage space was, if you move the thing, you can see modification number 2, because this is on that same Anapola side. It says proposed motel storage was actually a single car garage. Those are the locations of the modifications.
Okay. And the exterior changes associated with them are minor window changes?
Correct. There was a door, becomes a window becomes a bit larger. You know, I'm trying not to modify the shear of the original building, so I'm not making them wider, but I am dropping the sill or raising the header depending, which is why I'm telling you I'm not changing the roof size, bulk, and scale of those components.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have any follow-up questions? Not at this time. Okay, let's go to comments then. Who'd like to start?
Mr. Chair, Chair Moore, I'll start. I don't have any, as far as sending this for positive comments to the staff hearing officer specific to those areas for modification, I have no problem. I do think to expedite Mr. Fink's coming back to us, I have a real problem with design for the front trellis. I think it's very, can we go to the frontal elevation? Or the street elevation? What sheet would that be, Paul?
It'd be
Mr. Fink.
10, if I'm on.
Yes, there we are, the front elevation facing State Street. I think this trellis is very unfortunate. I realize that there's an alignment between the front door and, you know, the front door perpendicular to the street squishes, you know, if you align that, it doesn't make available any heavy ability to have heavy columns. But I think, you know, in much heavier columns, you need to have a differentiation of levels or something here to make this a much more substantial and welcoming trellis. It needs a lot of work.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Comments? Go ahead. Mr. Olson.
I think this is ready to go to the staff hearing officer.
Okay. Does anybody disagree? Mr. Whalen?
No, not to disagree. I'm sorry, I missed the question. If we could back up. On this very sheet, Mr. Zink, there's some dashed, which they're marked as number 12, that look like chimneys. What are those? The note seems to refer to a type of roofing.
If I'm on, you are correct. The elevation note is wrong. There is currently a masonry chimney that we are getting rid of. So that chimney is being gone. Correct.
Fine. My only comment is that just to support member 6's notion, I think the trellis is a very good idea, and that perhaps it does need a little more design development. but it tends to unify the complex in a way that it doesn't have previously. I would support this going forward to the officer.
Okay. Is there any differing opinion about the modifications being supportable? Or the waivers, I guess? No? Okay. And the question for staff, what would be the appropriate language to express support for to move the project to the staff hearing officer?
I'm not as eloquent as Tony was, but in general, you're not supporting the mods. You're just supporting the design as proposed, the conceptual design as proposed, and the changes within the areas of the front setback for the project.
Got it.
As well as the parking that the parking design is acceptable in terms of design. And then the waiver is an action that your board takes, not the staff hearing officer, but I believe you do that at PDA.
PDA, okay. Okay. Thank you. So I'll make a motion to continue the project to the staff hearing officer with the comments that the design is acceptable in the areas that are within the setbacks and that require staff hearing officer review. That in general, the board is supportive of the design work to date, as well as supportive of the proposed parking lot layout. The board would like the applicant to restudy the proposed trellis element and to study increasing the size of the vertical supports. And I'll take other suggestions to how to word this, but to make, and in general, make that trellis element more substantial and more grand, I think is the sense that I got.
Substantial is good.
Okay.
And articulated.
Okay. Study making the trellis more substantial and articulated. Okay.
I'll second that.
Vice Chair Six, second that. Any discussion? Any additions to that motion? We can read it. If we could read it back, that'd be helpful.
All right, thank you. This is Mary. I'll go ahead and read it back. So the motion is to continue the project to the staff hearing officer for return to the full board with the following comments. Number one, the design is acceptable in the areas that are within the setbacks and the areas that require staff hearing officer review. Number two, in general, the board is supportive of the design and is supportive of the proposed parking lot layout. And lastly, number three, the board would like the applicant to restudy the proposed trellis element and study increasing the size of the vertical supports. In general, study making the trellis element more substantial and more articulated.
Okay. How does that sound?
This is Chair Moore. And we just simply put, I think there's two trellis structures, Mary. So when you first introduced the discussion on the trellises.
So multiple trellis. Okay. Thank you. All right. If that's all of our discussion. Let's take a vote.
All right, I'll start with Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Block,
Yes.
Board Member Noon,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we do.
Mr. Chair, excuse me. So as was announced, I'm going to be taking my leave after this last item.
Okay,
Let-
thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, so item 3 is due at 5:15. So we are ahead of schedule. So unfortunately, we will have to adjourn or go on hold until, I believe 5 o'clock. Is that correct, staff?
Thank you, Chair Moore. That is correct. And the applicant for the third item is here. So if we could take a recess until 5 o'clock, is that okay with the board?
Yes.
Yes, I think so. So we will recess until 5 o'clock. Thank you. our meeting and move on to item 3, which is 1129 Olive Street. And this is a new item for concept review. The site is developed with an existing duplex and one-car garage. The project includes demolition of an existing one-car garage and construction of a new two-car garage with a roof deck on top. An interior remodel to convert some of the square footage of Unit B into an artist studio for Unit A. Additional site work such as new stairs, accompanying walls are proposed. The proposed garage and roof deck would be located within the front and interior setbacks. New stairs and walls will be located within the front setback. Staff hearing officer review of front and interior setback zoning modifications required to allow the setback encroachments. Additionally, an open yard zoning modification is required to allow the open yard to be located on the proposed roof deck. No final appealable decision will be made at this hearing. The project requires compliance with the project compatibility findings and the urban design guidelines. Okay. It looks like we had our applicant. Oh, Ms. McGuire, would you have something to add?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Moore. For this application, the planner isn't available for this meeting right now, but she did want me to pass on that she would like the board to focus on any possible privacy concerns that the proposed deck would have. And perhaps in your motion that you would include what your thoughts are on that. With that,
okay.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Well, we'll let the applicants come on screen and introduce themselves and then take us through their project, please.
Hello.
Welcome.
My name is Carl Cross, architect from Bilston Architecture and Planning. And I see David Keemer, the owner, is on as well. So good afternoon, Chair Moore and the rest of the board members. This project is located on the corners of Anapamu and Olive Street. It is a duplex. And a detached garage is located at the bottom part of the property. If we could zoom in on the existing site plan, that would be appreciated. So this gives a better sense of the site and the layout. The existing Unit A is a 1923 one-story structure in the Mission Revival style. That has some parapets and a flat roof onto it that faces Anapamu Street. And Unit B, it was added onto in the 1950s, and it has a gable roof with asphalt shingles. So one of the goals of the proposal is to kind of unify those two structures. There's also the garage, the existing one garage located at the property. It is insufficient with the requests of having two cars and taking the opportunity to get some parking, off-street parking into the site. So one of the goals of the project as well is to add on to the garage, make it a two-car garage. And while we're doing so, create some open yard space on top of the roof and the roof deck. So that's one of the things that we are asking for 3 modifications. One modification requires the setback in the interior front setback for the garage and open yard space. And second modification is for the side setback because it's located on the corner, and then also creating open yard space. So this is the proposed site plan. Unit A, we're not really doing too much to Unit A. I could go through some of the proposals that we're doing exterior wise, but the goal is to expand the garage and then create some stairs on the side, kind of eliminate 2 stairs and just propose 1 set of stairs that goes up on the side and create a new entry that's located in between both of those units and to create more open yard space. So if we go to the photographs on the next page, kind of orientate you a little better. If you go in the upper right corner on the aerial site plan, kind of shows the site at the corner. You can see Unit A having that parapet with the flat roof. Unit B connected to it kind of awkwardly with the gable roofs, that open yard space, and then the garage. You see the stairs coming out of the garage into that open yard space courtyard, and then that steep set of stairs going from Olive Street up to the corner. So one of the goals is to kind of combine both of those stairs. The neighborhood around there is, comprised of a lot of other rental units and duplexes that are 2 and 3 stories high and around there. We want to maintain that 1-story kind of low-keyed aspect of it. You can see on the bottom corner is the view from the corner of the intersection of Anapamu and Olive Street. And it slopes down Olive Street, and that's where the garage is located. If you go up to the top, photograph number 4 and 5 is kind of the street view from Olive Street, kind of showing the disparity between the two structures. On the left is the garage, and then the 1950 edition. They have some kind of metal windows, slider windows. They retrofitted some windows on the original house on photograph number 5 that we want to replace with 3 banded windows, divided windows, more of the original. One thing that's noticeable off the bat is the metal shrouds that are on the corners of that building, kind of creating a kind of castle effect on that. So our intention is to remove those metal shrouds and to go back to more of a plaster or a terracotta tile look on the top and simplify those corners. Number 6 and number 7, you can just see some of the elevations and some of the detailing of the original house. And if you go down below, kind of where the key photograph that we want to focus on is number 8, looking at the existing garage. We want to maintain a lot of the same materiality that's in place there, keeping the sandstone. And then right where those 2 units come together, we're proposing a covered entry that the owners could use a little bit more conveniently than what is existing right now to create more of a formal second entry that goes to the back of the garage. Next sheet, please. This is also just some existing photographs, kind of go these quickly. Some of that cap that's being proposed and removed is kind of on focus. And then some of those other pictures on the bottom and on number 13 as well are projects within about the 2-block radius of the existing house, kind of showing some of the other residences that have the 1-story garage with open roof decks above. Thank you. Next sheet, please. So quickly, this is the floor plan. So what we're planning on doing is a lot of interior and exterior remodeling. The only thing that we're really touching on the exterior is that new covered entry porch that's located between the 2 units. And you can see on the bottom left-hand corner, the garage now being converted to a 2-car garage with the new proposed stairs coming off of a new man door coming off there. Next sheet, please. So this is the front elevation of the proposed elevation, and initial right away. Could you zoom in on that, please? Thank you. So what we're planning on doing is, again, removing those kind of shrouds to keep those corners really simple in the main house, and to replace those windows with more of a wood window with 3 divided areas. You can see the covered entry porch that kind of mimics the front entry porch of the original structure that fronts Santa Pamu. You can see the garage being expanded to a 2-car garage, and the proposed open yard space and patio up on top with the wrought iron railing. See the wrought iron railing with the open sandstone stairs coming off of the garage and up to the open yard space, kind of where that entry is. And then the connection between the 2 units, we're replacing the existing asphalt shingles with 2-piece mission tiles, and using the same materiality as the front unit, and kind of also using the same kind of windows as well to kind of connect the 2 units together. You could go down to the other elevation below. So this is the east elevation with the section of the garage, kind of showing the elevation difference in height. It's about 9 feet or so. So the first front floor, finished floor of the car and the garage is about 9 feet. So having approximately a 7, 9, or 8 foot clear space in the garage, and allowing for a little over a foot of structure and decking on top of that will allow for that open yard space. And that's approximately around the finished floor of Unit B, so the connections of the 2 could be maintained. And you could also see that kind of entry porch on the side there from this elevation, opening up to the open yard space. Next sheet, please. Here's some sections through that area. You could start with, let's see, let's go down to section 4, please. So this is a cross section through the garage and showing the elevation of Unit B and the entry to Unit B in the back there, and how we've kind of incorporated some new tiles there and eliminated some of the overhang eaves to be more in line with the original structure. The property line is kind of something you want to focus on. So we're proposing a 1'6" high planter per staff to allow that separation from 3 feet to on the side setback to allow some privacy. The neighbors next door have quite a large hedge there on the side there. One thing that we did was reach out to the neighbors, and we do have included and submitted a letter of support from the neighbors after they reviewed the drawings. So that's something that you could share or ask staff to share as well. And you could go to the other sections, please. This is the section through the entry porch, just showing the height differential between the entry porch and what the grade is now, and kind of where the proposed stairs kind of come in, and the relationship of that open stair to that open yard space. Next, please. Let's see. Yeah, this section is through the garage and that open patio space up on top with the wall and the planter kind of separating that side yard space and the relationship to Unit B. And this section is kind of right at the landing at the bottom of the stairs, looking at the man door going into the garage, and also kind of the open yard space with the deck and the planter before the studio there. And I believe that is it for the drawings. And I think that concludes our presentation.
Okay, thank you. We will now open this item up for public comment. If there's any member of the public that would like to address the board, you can follow the instructions on screen and raise your hand.
Thank you, Chair Moore and board members. At this time, I don't see that any member of the public has logged into the webinar to speak on this item. Mary, have we received any written public correspondence on this item?
Thank you, Christina and board members. We did receive written correspondence from Pamela Coop, and it was distributed to the board before this meeting. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. And we will close public comment and go to questions from the board. Who would like to start?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead. Yes.
Just a couple of quick questions. As far as removing these roof caps, it isn't clear what they'll be replaced with. Is it some kind of tile or more of a plaster work? What's the intention?
Thank you for that question, Board Member Whalen. We're looking at that, and we've come up with a couple options. One is to kind of remove that. Once we remove that and figure out what's going on, the goal is to really look at it from a waterproofing point of view, and whether or not a stone cap or a terracotta cap would be more beneficial. But I think the look would be probably more of a simplified plaster cap.
Not to belabor the question, but I assume you've done some investigation. They don't look original. Any idea why they were added?
Absolutely no idea.
That's beside the point. One other small question. The elevation includes the removal of the metal boxes. Will they be replaced with anything?
So those boxes that we've been talking about, those metal shrouds there on top, so those will be removed, and then either a terracotta top cap on top or plaster.
All right. Those are my only questions. Thank you, Chair Moore.
Okay, anybody else?
Chair Moore, as long as we're on this elevation, how do you get by with such a low wall right in front of the studio window and above the stair there? Is the grade beyond there low enough to provide your railing height? Hello?
I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. Where the stair up from the street is, there's a wall in back of solid wall.
Yes.
And the height of that wall seems significantly lower than the one at the deck. Is the grade beyond that wall low enough that the height of that wall creates the required height for a banister railing?
That observation, and that's something that we're studying. We haven't really fine-tuned the grade levels of that. We just recently got the survey, after these drawings were made. So I think your point is well taken, and we will study to make sure that that wall has the appropriate height to it. But it would only increase maybe another 6 or 9 inches or so.
Okay, so there is a much lower grade beyond
Yes,
that wall.
that is correct, yes.
Whether it's plus or minus 6 is to be determined. I apologize, but can we go back? I missed something in the relationship between the neighbor to the left hand of this elevation. Can we go back to the street scapes photos? Yeah. Now, is there a photo of how the neighbor to your left abuts your, well, the existing and the new garage. I don't understand. Do they have a significant retaining wall there or, oh, I get it. Okay. So they're only up about 3 to 4 feet because of the sandstone wall, but then they have that significant hedge.
Yes.
Okay. And then you don't happen to have a map where all these examples of street level garage and top with the deck atop are?
A map I do not, but the addresses are on the garage or on the photographs.
So does it kind of go down Olive Street?
Yes. So if we go to, let's see. So 1109 is below, is about the next block below. The other one is a couple doors down from one another. And then the one on Anapamu is actually right across the intersection. And the other one on Anapamu or Victoria Street is the next block up. Kind of on Olive Street, but the front of the address on the house is Victoria.
Okay, okay.
And then the one on Canon Perdido, that is just kind of show the stairs and how that stair configuration is going up the street and is a few blocks away.
Okay. Very good. And then back to the frontal elevation. No questions. That's it.
Okay, anybody else? No?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The staff was interested in privacy concerns. Was that to the adjacent neighbor across the street? Can staff articulate that?
Thank you, Vice Chair Six. The privacy concerns that we'd like the board's comments on are the deck here. So it would be for the adjacent neighbor.
Adjacent neighbor. Okay. Thank you. Then my question back to the applicant. There's no reason or, well, is there going to be a problem in construction of maintaining the health of that existing hedge?
I don't think so. I think the goal is to keep that existing masonry wall that's, supporting that garage and kind of reconfigure it off of that. So, no, I think we would have every intention to kind of keep that and maintain that.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. I've got just one question. So I'm assuming where you point at the existing sandstone site wall, and just to the left of that arrow where the wall then jumps up to deal with the new stair. So is that is the transition point from existing to new?
Could you point that right there?
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so explain, so what is going on there? So there's a wall that's parallel with the street, and then there's a wall that extends back towards the house. Is that what we're seeing?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and that wall is full height, for lack of a better word, acting as your barrier at that landing point. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And and presumably because it's retaining some soil to the right of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And then just to match up with the existing site walls on the property as well.
Mm-hmm. But then the wall beyond the the stair area is plaster wall?
That is correct, yes.
All right, and then did you study making the entire front of your stair and landing a sandstone wall rather than a mix of railing and stone?
To keep, I'm sorry, the plaster wall, make it sandstone?
No, the wall closest to the sidewalk. That's sandstone.
Oh,
shown.
to make that wrought iron? I think that's a possibility.
I mean the opposite. So extend the sandstone up to become the.
Oh, I got it. I think more interested in kind of more of an open look from the street and kind of keeping that a little bit more open.
Okay. Anybody else with questions?
I'm so, Chair Moore, all right, I'm very interested in your questions there. Can we go to the plan of that stair? Just to refresh my memory. I know that's the demo. Let's go down below. Okay. So my question would be, can the wrought iron railing return perpendicular to the street instead of having that sandstone wall stick up that far? If your sandstone at the street, to the right of that wall is at an appropriate height to maintain the grade with that existing hedge at 5 feet, couldn't you return that height and then place the wrought iron on top of it?
Absolutely. I think that's something we could study, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if that is all the questions, we can go to comments. Okay. Would somebody like to start? Go ahead, Mr. Whalen.
Sure, thank you. All in all, I think this is an admirable proposal. I like everything that's happening. It seems to be in the right way, a couple of recommendations. I would like to see those metal boxes replaced with tile or some other element to preserve the character of the elevation, and that relates to scaling walls. I think this stair is a good addition. It's a welcoming addition to the street. It could either be solid rock, as was suggested, but all in all, I think that in a very good character and adds to the neighborhood. I especially like the 2-pile barrel roof to be added to Unit B to blend them together. And I think that really the major impact I have, and this may be a little of my own personal, is that new double-car garage door. I find that really jarring to terms of the scale of the house, and I would like to see it studied. Just it couldn't reflect more like that your example shown at 502 Victoria Street, which was 2 smaller individual doors, or somehow faking some 2 doors to break down the scale of a large double-car garage door. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have comments?
I would add, I do, Chair Moore.
Go ahead.
Yep, I would reiterate what Board Member Whalen said, everything, and then just add to address the privacy issue along that property line with the hedge, that they have made a appropriate attempt to be sensitive to privacy.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair Moore, I would echo what's been said, and I think it is a very handsome design and sensitive to the original architecture, and I like what they're doing. I think a little more, I think that I like Mr. Whelan's double garage idea. I think you'll have to massage. I hope you have enough room to do that. But I would concur. And I'd also, I think that by the way I see it, your wall and back of the stair between the first patio and the stair is going to have to be quite a bit higher. And I would recommend that maybe your half wrought iron guardrail that you have on your prime roof deck might be the way to handle the height of that, and the return of the wrought iron at the where we spoke of, where the sandstone goes high to create the banister railing. I think that could return with wrought iron, but those details are I think minor to the point that I think it's a very great design, and I would support the are we here we're supporting modifications, no?
Yes.
Yes, I would I would recommend sending this off to staff hearing officer in support of the modifications requested.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to add anything? I mean, I for one, I find these garages right on the street very charming, especially in this neighborhood. I think they're really fun part of that area. So I'm in support of the project. I think some details can be improved and further fleshed out as the project returns, but I'm happy that the applicant reached out to the neighbor and early in the process, and they're working together. That's great. So I'm also in support of moving this forward. So I would like to hear a motion to that effect from somebody.
I think the new guy should do it.
It's a good practice one.
All right. Chair Moore, then I make a motion to continue the project. Let's see, I'm gonna make sure I cover everything. That we're in general in support of the concept with a few details that will be worked out. The metal boxes, the shrouds will be removed, and brought back with an idea for the finish. And we are supporting the modification, correct?
Yes.
Yep. And that's part of the motion would be that we are in support of the modifications at the setback.
As well as the non-conforming yard area on the roof deck and in the open yard areas.
Yes, as well as the open yard and non-conforming areas. Yep.
Okay.
I would second that. I think more properly, the motion would be to send this on to the staff hearing officer with support of modifications.
Yeah. That's a question, good question for staff. How do we word that?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Moore and board members. It would be continued indefinitely to the staff hearing officer with comments. And then Board Member Noon has made several comments. And I just wanted to remind you one more time, if we could get in those comments something about the privacy. And if the mods are aesthetically appropriate and do not pose any and if they're consistent with the guidelines. So we need more. We need a little bit more. Thank you.
So, all right, thank you. So I will include in the motion that the modifications are appropriate and within the guidelines, and that the privacy is the privacy issue that staff was concerned about is the applicant's approach is appropriate.
I would second that.
Okay. Great. There's no more discussion. We can have a vote.
Can we read it, please?
All right, let's read it back first.
All right, this is Mary. I'll go ahead and read it back. So the motion is to continue the project to the staff hearing officer for return to the full board with the following comments. Number one, in general, the board is supportive of the concept. Number two, the metal shroud boxes shall be removed, return with finishes. Number three, the board is supportive of the modifications at the setback, non-conforming roof area and open yard areas. The modifications are aesthetically appropriate and within guidelines. And lastly, number four, the privacy issues are mitigated by the applicant's approach. The motion was made by Noon and seconded by Six.
So just a suggestion, I would modify the sentence after the metal shroud shall be removed. Instead of saying and return with materials, I would say return with details and materials for those locations. Is that acceptable to the motion maker and the seconder?
It is.
Okay.
Yes.
And Ms. McGuire, you have something to add?
Thank you, Chair Moore. And also, we do need the project compatibility findings for the motion maker to read those in and saying that they've generally been met if they have for this project.
You want me to read these or just agree that they've been generally met?
Yeah, read them.
You have to read them.
Okay, okay, all right.
Before you jump in there, it's important to just do a very brief description rather than just reading these. Just describe why you think the project meets that particular point. Some of them may not apply, so you can say that as well.
Okay. Let's see.
Putting you on the spot, Steve.
Thanks, guys. Okay. So the board finds that the number one, the project is consistent within the guidelines, is within the compatibility of the neighborhood. It is the architectural character of the neighborhood. The size, bulk, and scale of the project is also compatible.
Can I help you there? It really did not significantly change from the existing house.
Yes, the concept doesn't significantly change from the in character, architectural style, mass, bulk, and scale. Let's see. Number four, I guess, wouldn't, yeah, number four wouldn't.
Not applicable.
Not applicable. Number five, not applicable. And then the board is in support of the the modification to the use of open yard space.
I'd say the public views probably is applicable, but they are not obscured.
Okay, well,
All right. Okay, so I'll modify that to say that the project does not obscure public views, mountain or ocean views as well.
okay, great. If everyone's happy with that, we can take our vote.
All right, I'll start with Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Noon,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Excellent job, Mr. Noon. Your first motion. And we are slated to start on item 4 at 6 o'clock or 6:15. So the earliest we could start is at 6. So we will take a break until 6 o'clock. move to item number 4, which is 621 West Micheltorena Street. This is a continued item back for concept review. And it's a proposal to demolish the existing 2-story, 4,000 square foot medical and professional office building and construct a 3-story, 10,338 square foot medical and dental clinic for the Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinic's new West Side Clinic. The second and third floors will be above a ground floor parking garage containing 12 parking spaces, including 1 ADA space and 6 bicycle spaces. The 10,285 square foot lot is located in the CR, or commercial restricted zone, with the general plan land use designation of commercial and medium high residential. Project requires planning commission review for the following applications: a conditional use permit to allow a state licensed medical clinic to operate in the CR zone, a development plan for non-residential floor area, and a parking modification to allow fewer parking spaces than required. No final appealable decision will be made at this hearing. This project requires compliance with the project compatibility analysis and the urban design guidelines, and was last reviewed January 25th of 2021. Pretty sure that should be 2020. But,
Thank you, Chair Moore. That's right. Actually, sorry, the planner for this project is not available for this hearing, and I did have some information that I needed to pass on to the board. I do have some information from Derek Bailey, who is the principal traffic engineer at the city, and he would like me to read this into the record. Public Works staff have been working with the applicant team and have developed a concept that includes a westbound left turn lane into the site driveway. Public Works staff are satisfied that site access can be safely provided from Micheltorena Street. Staff have also been working with the applicant team on the tree planting plan. The existing bottle tree on the corner of Almond and Micheltorena Streets will be removed as part of an upcoming city capital project, in part to accommodate a new crosswalk across Micheltorena Street with new pedestrian activated flashers. Public Works supports the proposed tree planting locations, and the planting locations will not affect any critical safety sight lines. I can refer back to that during the meeting if you need to as well.
okay, thank you. Board member Noon, I think you've got something to say.
Yes, thank you, Chair Moore. I wanted to just recuse myself from this application, as the project is here in my office, so I'll be stepping out of this one.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so if that's it from staff, we can have our applicant come on screen, introduce themselves, and take us through the project. And it would be helpful, I guess, to have the minutes from the previous review up for a moment. There we go. The board is supportive of the purpose of the program, sympathizes with the demands of the architectural program and size of the project. Number 2, the board finds that the present design and size of the project presents a challenge to the neighborhood compatibility. The applicant shall go beyond manipulating the masses of the present design to look at more significant changes to the program, mechanical systems, and use of the basement areas. The applicant shall have at least some conceptual commitment from Edison regarding the electrical service and transformer. The architecture chosen for this particular mass, scale, and proportion is inappropriate. The board urges the applicant to restudy the architecture. The next review should include an overall site or an overall plan showing the scale of the building and the surrounding properties, as well as the elevations for the block going east on Micheltorena. Several board members suggest that the existing ground level parking layout is problematic and presents neighborhood compatibility issues and should be restudied. Then the city attorney shall be present at the next hearing to provide additional explanation for ABR's scope of review. And here we are. I don't know that we have a representative from the city attorney's office that can help us determine our scope.
Thank you, Chair Moore. It appears that we do not have a representative from the City Attorney's Office to help with this scope.
Okay.
Trish can help.
I hope
Well,
so.
at any rate, if you could introduce yourselves and take us through your project. We unfortunately don't have our 15-minute timer on screen today, so I'll have to keep tabs on that.
Thank you, Chair Moore. This is Trish Allen with Suzanne Elledge, Planning and Permitting.
Brian Cornell.
And Dr. Fenzi. You're muted, Dr. Fenzi. I think you have to unmute yourself. Maybe staff muted you earlier by accident. Ms. McGuire, or
Am I on? Yeah, there we go.
there we go.
I'm
It
Chuck
looks like the
Fenzi.
timer didn't start yet.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Dr. Fenzi.
I'm Chuck Fenzi. I'm the Chief Executive Officer and the Chief Medical Officer of the Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinics.
Dr. Fenzi, we're going to make a couple introductory comments and then I was going to follow you before Brian started.
So I think it's important, I first of all want to thank the Architectural Review Board for the opportunity to represent our new plans. As we mentioned before, the West Side neighborhood is severely underserved in its access to low-cost, high-quality, whole-person care. We've conducted an extensive review to find an acceptable location within the West Side neighborhood. And this is the only site that actually meets the criteria set forth by our need. So we're hoping with this latest design, we have made every effort to develop a project that fits within the neighborhood. So I want to hand it back to Trish.
Thank you, Dr. Fenzi. And with that, we did, my office and the clinics, Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinics, collaborated on a letter that we wrote to the ABR. Rather than go through all the details of the clinic's mission and programming goals and needs assessment in terms of the size of this building, we thought it would benefit everybody to see that in writing. So that was the purpose. One of the purposes of submitting that letter to you in advance. If you haven't had a chance to read it, I hope you do. With that, we wanted to explain that we're here seeking your positive review and positive feedback with our project compatibility considerations. So we did include that information from our perspective in the letter and respectfully request that the ABR evaluate the project in light of the clinic's programming needs, this perspective that considers the goals of the project, the need to be in a neighborhood, the limited locations that are available in that neighborhood, and to also recognize that the project has been designated as a community benefit project by the City Council. That does not necessarily mean that the ABR does not have purview over the design, and I think that was a point of confusion at our first concept review, which is maybe why the minutes ask for the city attorney to be present in the hearing. So yes, you have purview here, but we are asking again that you take into consideration these critical programming needs that we have to serve our community and provide that quality health care in an accessible way, meaning within that neighborhood. So again, the letter speaks for itself. If you have any questions about it, I'd be happy to answer those. And with that, I think turn it over to Brian, landscape architect, to get going on this redesign. Thank you.
Thank you, Trish. Thank you, Chair Moore, members of the committee. I hope Nicole Horn is on. I haven't heard her, but she will be joining me. If we could, there you are, Nicole. If we could move a couple of slides forward, that'll get us to the site plan Next slide. There you go. And I'm gonna, by the way, Adam, I'm not sure how to pronounce your last name, but I'm probably gonna tell you to go back to the landscape plan after this. We got involved in this to try to help. And I think that all of us understand that it's, it is a very challenging project. But I'm excited about this proposal, and I hope you all can help us find a way to make it happen. This is the footprint, and this is the parking layout. As you heard from Derek at the city, we've worked it out as far as the traffic flow. It's not very many spaces compared to what's needed. So this project has a long road to hoe as far as going through the Planning Commission and getting the parking modification, among other things, including the CUP. So, keep in mind that basically, bottom line, this is going to be extremely valuable and important parking to serve the clinic in a real-time standpoint. Most of staff will be parked off-site, but for critical short-term kind of service, we have to have this parking. So the footprint for the first floor is essentially, the need or the reception spaces, and then a meeting room. If we go to the next slide. Just very quickly, so that's the first floor plan. Next slide, please. Second floor is all really the medical, clinical space. And then the next slide, third floor, which you can see is step back from that second floor, is the dental clinic. So if we can go back 2 slides, please. So we also, on this first floor, have bike parking, which you see there in the upper left-hand corner, and then down in the lower right-hand corner is where the trash is located. It's kind of a little bit different than what you saw last. And I don't know if you all are seeing that, but if we could scroll down to the bottom a little bit so we could see where the trash is, that would be helpful. There you go. And then the exit stair. So now let's go back 2 more slides, if that's possible, so that we get to the landscape plan. I think it's really important for us to start with what the landscaping is, because in reviewing just what you all looked at before, I realized it wasn't very clear what the site setting was and the setback and the landscaping. We are going to have to give up some property for these Mitchell-Torena street improvements that Derek mentioned in that memo. And so as a result, we're losing some beautiful trees there, and the landscaping, we believe, is just a very, very important part of this entire composition and the ability for this building to be compatible. So Nicole, why don't you explain a little bit what our plan is on the landscape, and then I'll come back and talk architecture.
Great, thanks, Brian. Hi, everyone. I'm Nicole Horn with CGMLA, the landscape architect for the project. And as Brian mentioned, and I think staff mentioned it also, we've had some significant changes on the Mitchell-Torena frontage. So let's just start there. 3 trees in the parkway are going to come out as part of the Community Paseos project. And that's something that the city is doing. It's not something we're proposing. But we are proposing to replace those trees with the designated street tree for Mitchell-Torena. So you'll see those 3 small light green symbols. Correct, yep. So those are Stenocarpus sinuatus. That's the street tree that's designated for Mitchell-Torena. And we've been working with transportation to make sure that those are going to be approved by Public Works and that they aren't in the site visibility lines, because now we have this new traffic pattern on the corner. And if you kind of can see those larger, there's 4 large circles that kind of ring the building, and those are proposed olive trees. And we thought olive trees would be really beautiful against the proposed brick on the building, so having kind of that contrast in colors. But what we're trying to really achieve is have some of that verdant landscape that exists now. We're trying to bring that back and make that part of this project. So we've 10 foot of planting on both corners. And that's, our plan is that that will be pretty heavily vegetated. So a lot of shrubs and understory plantings. And if we can kind of come around to the right on Almond Ave, again, we've been working with transportation, not as part of the community paseos project, but their comments have been to standardize that sidewalk there, which now meanders. So as part of that process, we're also proposing to remove the existing large trees on Almond. So again, we're replacing those with the olive trees, and then the parkway, we're adding 2 more designated street trees, the purple leaf plum. And if we can kind of scroll down to the second floor plan, I just want to briefly touch on that. There's some imagery to the right also of the types of plantings we're proposing and the olive tree. So on the second floor plan, you can see there's like a row of green at the bottom, and that's a proposed planter that would be integrated with the parapet. So Brian could talk more about that when you get to the elevations. But the idea is that that wall, that first floor wall, which faces, the neighbors and encloses the parking garage, that would be fully covered in vines. So we're proposing a trailing vine that will come down over the second story and hang along that wall. So that south elevation. And there's an image of the type of vine we're looking at on the top right of those images. And I think that's it for me.
Yeah, just following up on that, thanks, Nicole. The previous solution had these notches that were in the building along that property line, and Nicole and I spoke about that, and I think we both acknowledge that the likelihood of guaranteeing the survival for anything we put in those was pretty slim, and it created sort of an odd condition. So we opted for this trailing vine approach and just a very simple wall as low as possible along there. So let's move now, if we can. I think it would be best to go to the elevations and the sections. Actually, let's go to the last sheet in the set, please. Let's just go right to that. So I think it'll be better for me to explain what we're thinking. So we've got 3 images here. This obviously across Mitchell-Torrena looking to the east, sort of southeast. And what we decided, looking at the program needs for this building, is that somehow we needed to create a very clear 2-story massing for this building. And what spoke to me was a traditional form that would depict kind of a classic 1920s neighborhood, Main Street sort of a building. That kind of building, I believe, could easily have been built in this little commercial realm of Mitchell-Torrena and San Andres. And that, in terms of its vernacular, what that says to me is a classic little brick building that again, would have been there. I'd like to certainly discuss and debate with you all when we finish here. If that's the right material, it might be something that is a plaster that is detailed appropriately, but the idea here is that we create this banding and this of a recognizable sort of Main Street building that has all the right proportions and feel associated with that. And then the 3rd floor is obviously stepped back and would be treated as if it were an addition to that traditional building, and be dark in color and be different material with sun screening, as you see, that really, I believe, will ultimately disappear. So if we scroll down and look at the other 2 views of this, obviously one is from the corner, the right-hand one is the corner of Mitchell-Torrena and San Andres, so you can get a glimpse of the building. Obviously, from this vantage point, you do see the 3 stories. And then looking in the other direction, going on the left-hand side, if you're going basically south on Mitchell-Torrena or east on Mitchell-Torrena, then west, sorry, I'll get it right eventually. That two-story massing really stands out, and that three-story massing recedes. So that is the concept. And I really believe that it could work in this neighborhood. Let's go one slide back and I'll finish it up because I'm sure you'll have questions, basically just looking at the sections and the elevations. The sections really depict the realities of what we need to do for the clinic. We need to provide for 9-foot ceilings. We need to provide for adequate structure. So at the end of the day, the building itself at the third level is about 4.5 feet below the 5-foot height limit. And then we would have a mechanical well that would stick above that, but still below that 45-foot height limit, even though the mechanical screen technically could exceed height limit. If we scroll to the right and look at the elevations, and I hope you all have had a chance because we're not going to have a lot of time to review these in detail. If we could scroll down to the bottom first. I think the elevations begin to give you a sense of the sort of proportion and detail that is going to be necessary to pull this off. I think that the two-story portion of the building really, it turns out the plan really works well for that. That entrance to the parking structure, I think, still needs to be studied. If it does have a roll-down gate, it'll just be a transparent security gate, obviously for evening use. And then you can see the third floor, how it is peeled back. There was some discussion about mechanical systems. I think the screening mechanical equipment works well and achieves the needs for the building. There's a few other areas where we would sneak in some mechanical units where the building steps back to the third floor, but for the most part, everything is handled on that upper floor. So that is the concept. As Dr. Fenze mentioned, you know, this program is something that is so importantly, so valuable and so important to the West Side. And we want to make sure that if this building is built, that it serves the needs for the neighborhood. So with that, I'll open it up to questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank
I hope
you.
I did okay in terms of time.
A little bit over, but that's all right. A little bit over. Okay, well, we need to open public comment for this item. If any member of the public would like to address the board, you can follow the instructions that are on screen. Raise your hand and that will alert staff that you'd like to say something.
Thank you, Chair Moore. At this time, I do see Rich Sander that has raised their hand indicating they would like to speak. Mr. Sander, I have unmuted you. You can unmute yourself and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Dear members of the Architectural Review Board, my name is Rich Sander, and I serve as the Executive Director of SB ACT, the Santa Barbara Alliance for Community Transformation. SB ACT hosts a number of collaboratives across the county, including both the Act on Homelessness Collaborative in partnership with the City of Santa Barbara, as well as the Westside Health Collaborative. The Westside Health Collaborative is a coalition of healthcare and service providers working to improve resource access and delivery in the Westside neighborhood of Santa Barbara. The collaborative includes CALM, Harding University Partnership School, Family Service Agency, UCSB's Gervitz Graduate School of Education, the Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinics, and SB ACT. On behalf of the Westside Collaborative, we heartily endorse the Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinics proposal and ask the Architectural Review Board to approve their project to bring much needed services to the West Side. The Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinics provide an essential healthcare safety net for West Side residents. With the current clinic operating close to capacity, we believe that the new clinic will enable Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinics to provide resources more effectively to the residents who need them most. The project designs demonstrate well-conceived quality architecture, and we believe that the building will be fully compatible with the surrounding neighborhood, and as a replacement for an existing commercial structure, it will not disrupt the existing neighborhood layout. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinics have demonstrated their value as the largest safety net provider of high-quality, affordable healthcare for Santa Barbara residents. Your favorable decision and comments will allow the Westside Clinic to continue providing high-quality, affordable healthcare to all people, especially the most vulnerable in our community. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone else from the public?
Thank you, Chair Moore and board members. At this time, I don't see any other members of the public have logged in to speak on this item. Mary, have we received any written public correspondence?
Thank you, Christina and board members. Besides the letter from Dr. Charles Fenzi that was distributed before this meeting, no additional written correspondence was received for this item. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. Then we will close public comment and go to questions from the board. Would anyone like to start?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
have a few questions. Just before I begin, just a hint that I'm breathing easier. Brian, Mr. Cornell, I understand and fully see the left-hand turn solution, and so I don't have any other questions on the entering and exiting on this. And one of my first questions is on sheet 102. I don't know what, just a minor technical one, Mr. Cornell. When you exit out of the third floor or even the second floor, can you go outside onto that balcony and then back into the stair?
That's a really good question.
Okay, let's leave it there.
I hope so. If I, if I can't, then I would have to put a little vestibule there. I mean, I think that would be the worst case scenario if I couldn't do that.
Because you're coming down from that single straight stair, having to go clear across the outdoor patio to get into your stair down. But I think that should be looked at.
Okay.
So, can we go up to the first floor architectural plan? Yes, that one. Raise it a little bit. So I'd like you to explain, because I see some, will lead into my comments. The covered bike storage, explain the configuration there. It seems like, Mr. Cannell, there is a lot of space that could be an opportunity with that corridor between the covered bike storage and the business office. Why do you need that corridor, and how does that work? Could you bring those two together or reconfigure it to where you don't need that space?
Well, I'm assuming that I need 2 exits out of this garage.
Oh.
So that's my assumption, and we've obviously got those with that corridor, but it's worth studying to see if I could possibly do what you're talking about. But that's the real reason for that.
Understand. Okay, if we move up to the next slide, I think where your electrical transformer is.
Yes.
I think that's a very common issue. And I don't see clearly, so is there any way to, well, it kind of, Mr. Cannell, it kind of runs into my idea of the configuration of this bike storage. Well, let me back up. I apologize. So the first question should have been, there's covered bike storage in the middle of the parking lot and parking garage, and then there's this additional enclosed. Why is there 2, and are there different
I know that we intended to meet the bicycle parking needs for the building as it would be parked by its actual need, the 1 per 250. So that's 42 spaces. So I think that's why we have as many bike parking spaces as we have. To the transformer, I didn't mention this in the presentation, and I apologize, but the previous design you saw had the transformer inside the building, and that I hope, Mr. Six, you realize that is extremely problematic and very costly, and it just does not make sense for this clinic building to have that added cost. So I went ahead and said, look, there's a lot of projects we have where we put the transformer outside on the street. It disappears effectively. We would do everything we can to screen this. I realize it's going to be there, but I think it's one of those things that goes away, and the alternative of trying to put it within this footprint is just not feasible.
So, this is all it's difficult because it's not a linear solution or question, but is there a way to transformer into a semi-carved out niche on that first floor and still not get in trouble with an interior problems of an interior transformer? Or do you understand what I'm saying?
Well, I don't think so, because it's still under the building. You still have to have clearances. I mean, I suppose if I set it back and I had like, for instance, let's say I tried to cozy that transformer into that bike storage area instead, the second floor is still above it. And so suddenly I'm creating an odd situation with the architecture, and I'm not sure it's really hiding the transformer, at the end of the day.
You need clearance in the back of this transformer, correct?
I need clearance all the way around, and I'm using, you can see the outline that's in blue there of what they require.
So the clearance required between the transformer and the building, can that be under an disregard for right now the overhead awning? Well, let's suppose that overhead awning was not there, and you could provide a niche in your bike storage. Could you have that back clearance area under the building? Under the first floor?
Well, I can, as long as I have adequate clearance and as long as Edison, can crane that transformer out. So, there's ways to do it, but you end up with like 13-foot high doors to accommodate what they want to have happen. Or no door, even just 13-foot clear, in other words, even if I didn't have a door.
I'm still saying there would be a sky, it would be at the top of the transformer would be open to the sky, but the back clearance could perhaps be tucked under the building a bit, and so they still could get their crane, but scooched up more to the building. If you understand what I'm saying, we don't need to talk.
I do, and I feel so strongly that transformers, again, they're not things of beauty, but they're also things that we live with and kind of forget are there. We have a big transformer right out in front of the Housing Authority project we did on Carrillo, the El Carrillo, and it's, as much as it just made me sick when I first saw it, I don't even see it anymore. It's just part of the neighborhood, but certainly I can't say this is the only solution.
Yes. Okay. So just one more before we beat this one entirely to death. Could it be put on Almond?
I believe it probably costs more, and there's probably Edison gyrations, but I'm going to say that it probably could.
Okay. So let's, thank you for being patient with me on that. Can we go to A103? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, good. I understand that, what I don't understand, Mr. Cannell, is the use of the second level roof. Is that going to be jammed with these condensing units and so forth? Or it's not a balcony, correct?
No, it is not a balcony. And, these are clinical spaces, so they don't have, doors out. Will we put some mechanical equipment there? Very likely, but whatever we put there is going to be well below that parapet.
I understand. So, but whatever you put there, like where the word second level roof, you likely not put mechanical equipment right at the corner, correct?
I doubt it, no. And furthermore, anything we put out there, I've got to be extremely concerned, obviously, about noise attenuation into the clinic space too. So, I'm anticipating that these would be small condensing units if we put them there, or smaller, smaller zones that would be served by equipment in this location.
So I guess I'm just sneaking up on this, but like if it could those outside corners, well, you've already done it above the parking garage entry, but could the northeast and southeast corners, parapet heights be dropped instead of dropped? Like, for instance, if we go to your photo sim, yeah, right, bingo there. Like at that very corner, instead of articulating that corner to go up, could it go down with some returns on the side to take a notch,
Sure.
out of the box?
It possibly could, but here again, when I'm thinking about the box, I'm thinking about what would be, an appropriate sort of historic solution there. I don't, this is, I'm trying to not make this, even though it is a contemporary building in the real sense of the word, I'm trying to make it meet the standards for a traditional piece of architecture. So I think it's very important to pull this off, that we're somewhat rigorous about what that detailing is. Now, this is conceptual still, and I believe it's a lot of work, but the work that we've done thus far, looking at what these buildings would be, that's kind of what I've tried to emulate. So I would hesitate in terms of your idea only from the standpoint that I don't want to lose the vision for what I want this building to feel like. I really truly believe it can be there feeling as if it's been there for a long time, that it has those historic traditional proportions, that it just works.
I understand. In likewise, if we, whether it's a credible idea or not, pulling the horizontal sun louver on the third floor away from those corners, was that explored? And we're in questions now. Why do they come right to the corner?
Oh, it's a good question. I don't think they have to. I think I wanted, what I was looking for there was some horizontal expression that would provide efficacy in terms of sun control. But no, those I know beams need to come to the corner, and can they be different architectural expressions? Certainly. I don't know that the eyebrow, the kind of metal awning approach is exactly right, but I do want that third floor to feel, as if it was this addition, at some point, and that it is very different.
Mm-hmm, I get it. To change the direction a little, I noticed that you're simply doing concrete block. Can we go to the drawn elevations on, I think it's just the sheet up. Yes. So if we go to the south elevation and the west. So Brian, is it a technical reason that you need to build right up to the property line, that this has to be concrete block, or can it be finished with plaster, as you are suggesting the front entry drive?
No, I apologize. No, there's no intent. That's just a mistake. And we've got a few that I found in the drawing, so I apologize. But no, that would, if it's block, it would be plastered.
Okay.
And that's the wall that would have those hanging vines that Nicole mentioned, so yes, that would all, my intent is for everything to be plaster. And I really do want to have the debate with you all. If you can sort of embrace this concept and help us make it successful, I still legitimately question, do I really want to do this in brick, or do I want to create that feel through the detailing, the proportions, and that it doesn't necessarily have to be brick, which is a little bit of an anomaly, because it's a veneer. Obviously it's not structural in this case. So, as I say, I'd love to have that dialogue, but the brick obviously is what is denoting, clearly the traditional sensibility that we're looking for.
I get it. So just to wrap up the concrete block issue, that plaster finish also wraps entirely around the west, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. We talked about that. Is there, if we go to the floor plan on A100, this is very minor, Brian, Mr. Cornell, is there an opportunity to get more depth in your entry roll-up door? It seems like you could have, for instance, over on Almond, you have a good foot or so, or 2 feet, and you get a little more depth.
I would love to. The likelihood is that it would mean that transportation probably wouldn't buy that space as a viable space, the one that's noted compact. So, obviously if we lost that space, we could set it back, and we could work with transportation to see if they would agree to something. The problem would be is someone would still have to be able to back out of there should the gate be closed, I'm guessing.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, bingo. Okay. Can you explain your choice of board and bat party board on the 3rd floor?
Well, I wasn't actually I thought that it was just a nice change of material. Again, open to thoughts on that, but rather than that being, plaster, I thought it might be nice to have a hardy board finish. I suppose it could just as easily be vertical, but for some reason I just saw horizontal board and bat.
Okay. I can, okay.
I meant vertical, sorry.
Oh, it is vertical.
Yeah, I am calling it out as vertical.
Okay. Then I don't know whether I'm picking this up or not, but if we go to the photo sim, just below, are you intending this banding that's above the first of all, there's the banding right above the windows. And then there's this the banding in the middle of your, yes. Are you wrapping top and bottom a aluminum channel? Is that what I see?
No, you know, this is, again, this is so very conceptual. That band is going to require a lot of thought and detail. I think it is really meant to illustrate the sense of, again, this style of architecture and the feel. But no, I have no idea exactly how that gets detailed. But I can tell you it's a very important detail to make this all work.
So if we could, one more question, and thank you for being patient. Up above, again, the drawn elevations on the street elevation. Before Mr. Cannell, down below the north elevation. Before I jump into a comment, it seems that elevation would be stronger if there was a hierarchy in that band of second floor windows that, you know, suggested just a very subtle, maybe brick pattern or the size and location of the windows. You've already established this very shallow gable above that central element. It just, your thoughts on, you know, having that reads very subtly all 3 stories? You want where I'm going?
No, ask me again, I'm sorry.
Okay, so you have your front entry doors, correct?
Yes.
Your middle open. But then, you know, and above on the parapet, you have your subtle, shallow gable above the entry doors. Up your
up high, yeah. You mean up high?
Parapet,
yeah.
Second floor parapet. A little hand up to the second floor parapet. Up higher. Up,
keep going.
Keep
going. There.
Oh, there.
Now,
That
right
guy.
there. Yeah.
You know, stop right there. I'm sorry. We know where we're going, Mr. Cannell. You're suggesting that there's this, you know, this architecture, you know, this relationship in the center. It seems to me, you know, there could be more of a 2-story all the way to that parapet expression of that center idea.
Yeah, there could, you know, and I certainly thought about that. But the more I looked at, you know, what I'll call these Main Street buildings and this tradition, you know, they were pretty simple. I mean, they would typically have the date of the building or the name of the building there in that area, but the second floor would all still be the windows of the second floor. But you know, it is possible. I was just trying to keep it simple.
Okay, and I guess my last question: well, it's difficult not to get into, but it would seem to me, Mr. Cannell, that if you did made those second floor windows a little taller with spandrel glass and better proportions, I know they're probably limited on the plan because you don't want great big windows in each of these tiny rooms. But it would seem to me that you would do a kind of a fool the eye with larger or taller windows to reduce the heaviness, and that's an opinion, the heaviness of that brick above.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. We've been struggling with, I've got that window head at 8 feet, which is really as high as I could go, although we might be able to go 9. But yes, I completely
get
agree
it.
with you. Those windows want to be ideally a little bit taller, and that's why I put that sort of, lintel at the top of those windows to help trick the eye and give that sense.
Okay. And then your established height of your parapet extending above the third floor, that was determined by, it's almost 4 feet high, Mr. Canal. Correct?
You mean the parapet at the second floor?
The parapet of the extending above, if we look at that section just to the left, that parapet at the third, level 3.
But the parapet of the second floor, basically, is what you're saying.
The top of your brick.
Yeah, it's possible we could lower that. It's certainly dependent on mechanical equipment and, wanting to reserve that. But I'm not going to say that we can't lower that a little bit. In a way, if we go back to those renderings real quick, in a way, the height of the building, which it's about, to that parapet, I think I figured it's about 30 feet. It feels right, as far as the height, but it's also nice because it does tend to shield that third floor element well from the basic pedestrian point of view. But sure, I'd certainly be willing to lower it a little bit if we can.
Okay, thank you for your patience. And those are my questions.
Okay. Are there any questions left at this point? Mr. Olson, go ahead.
Mr. Canal, can you tell me what the building in its
I want to say I don't know if you're still on, Trish. I want to say it's 42 or something like that. Spaces. Hold on. Let me just calc it real quick. Yeah, 41 spaces.
And how many do you have?
That's right, 41.
I think we have 12.
We have 12 spaces.
So it seems to me like the need for this this building here is established. I can't think that there would be anybody who might disagree with the need for it. And I think the question then becomes, is how is this neighborhood really affected by the fact that there are going to be 30 cars searching for a place to park so they can go here? We're also being asked on apartment projects to not consider the parking issue. And it seems to me like if that is the case, this is easy for me to overlook the parking requirement here. I think the need outweighs that. And so I do think that your concept of making this building a brick building that might have come from the 20s, I think the concept's good. I think it does. When I first looked at it, I come from Nebraska. I mean, I went to school in a building like this. I bought groceries in a building like this. I'm used to seeing these kind of buildings. And I think in this neighborhood, had there been a hospital built in the 1920s, it might very well have looked like this. And so that begins to, for me, answer the question of compatibility. addresses the question of compatibility.
Well,
But
Mr. Olson, if, as far as the question of parking, if I may say, you don't have staff here, but if I were staff, I would say, the parking is the planning commission's purview. That issue of that modification, certainly is their purview. So I'd like to say you don't need to worry about the parking because somebody else is going to take care of it. But,
Oh, now staff came in.
But I think the planning commission is interested in what we might say about it. And I'm saying that the need outweighs that. So I'll move away from parking for the moment. So as far as the horizontal band on the third floor, again, these brick buildings in part of the country that I come from, that would probably be masonry. And the brick masons did amazing things with detail. And so I would think that that might be a material considered for that band. That's all my questions.
Okay, who's next? Ms. Anderson, go ahead.
In this rendering, are these trees, would you call them accurate to what's proposed? The street trees?
These are, I mean, Nicole, I don't know if you can answer, but yes, we put the actual trees in this rendering that is being proposed.
Okay.
Yeah, the ones on Mitchell Terrena would be Stenocarpus sinuata, so this is the same color. Over time, they can get much taller, and they're kind of a narrow tree, and then it's actually really difficult. I think there's been some liberties taken to make this building more visible, but the olive trees, I think would be more prominent. You're seeing them kind of like made transparent and dark.
Mm-hmm.
And then the purple leaf plum on the almond frontage is almost invisible because it's so dark. But that is what they look like.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question.
Okay, anybody else? Mr. Whalen, go ahead.
Sure, thank you, Chair Moore. Mr. Kernal, in our previous comments that Chair Moore read, I believe the second one said something to the effect of look at changes in the program or the massing. Did I get that right?
Program mechanical systems, use of basement areas.
So could you, how has this version reflect that comment?
Well, as far as basement areas are concerned, we did not consider that just because of cost and impact and the clinical spaces being without light and without windows. And likewise related to mechanical systems just don't really work well in basement areas. Certainly heating systems can work there, but any kind of an air conditioning system, I've got to have condensers, I've got to have fresh air. So that doesn't solve my needs relative to mechanical systems. Program, we did try to tighten it up, but frankly, when we looked at it, I think the clinic has already made a lot of compromises to fit what is in this plan. So I would say that the program has been culled down as much as it can for the need that exists.
Right then. Second question, you mentioned that you needed 9-foot ceilings. Did you mean a room height? That is floor ceiling? And why is that?
Well, it just, for the use, for the clinical spaces, it's what's recommended for these uses.
All right then. And let's see, I believe Mr. Six covered the studying the transformer on Almond. So those are the only questions I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My questions are to do with the styling of the building. Do you have images, supporting images of buildings like this in the area that are styled like this?
No, I don't. There aren't any building. I mean, are there buildings that are styled like this in Santa Barbara? There are still buildings like this in Santa Barbara. Most of them, many of them were destroyed by the earthquake. There's still some down in the Funk Zone area, but in this neighborhood, no. You know, I could certainly share, you know, inspiration images, but I can't say that this building exists anywhere in the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm. I'm talking materiality wise, like are there many brick buildings in this area? You know, I'm not saying they don't exist.
Well,
I'm wondering, where did this? I heard your concept about, you know, this was a building that was built a certain time, and then there was an addition done to it. You know, that all makes sense, but arriving at the brick veneer, tell me more about that.
Yeah. I have not arrived at the brick veneer. That's what I tried to explain in our presentation. I think that we colored it as such just to evoke that feeling, and it's amazing just what that does. But I would love to have a dialogue with all of you about this approach, because conceptually, you could argue that this Main Street building with these proportions and all of that attention to detail could be plaster as well, and it could be successful. So I am not convinced that the actual brick is correct. I really wanted to have that conversation with all of you, and frankly, real brick would be real expensive on this building. So plaster is probably, from an economic standpoint, is a better solution. Can I do it in plaster and pull off the detailing? Perhaps, as Mr. Six suggested, you know, we could do some, you know, some of the molding and some of that banding could be brick, but otherwise the building could be a plaster that's just an appropriate color.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then is the entire roof of the second level potentially used for mechanical equipment?
Well, I'm hoping that we can solve most of the mechanical in that third floor, but I am reserving it for mechanical equipment, whether, you know, it's some of the, you know, the pneumatics for the dental clinic or whatever it is. You know, at this point, we don't have, you know, Paul Tavares, I know, has consulted relative to equipment size, but I don't know the answer to that. Okay. I'm just reserving it.
Okay. My fishing around there is just, you know, is there an opportunity to break that parapet height at some point and manipulate that down in one area, you know, and still have it high where it needs to be, but you're not there yet with that?
But there might be.
Okay. Okay. Any other follow-up questions? No? Okay. Let's go to comments. And we can go back to the project description and look at what we're being asked to do today. So to the second slide. So it says no final appealable decision will be made at this hearing. So a question for staff, does that means that a PDA is off the table at this time?
Thank you, Chair Moore. That's correct. This is just comments. These comments will go to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission would appreciate your board's consideration of a project compatibility analysis, and they'll take that into consideration as part of their review.
Great, thank you, that's helpful.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have 4 of us left here. Hopefully we are 5. There we go. So I think it would be helpful for us to have a discussion about the height and the massing, and then just the conceptual exterior materials and etc. And if we can really focus on those elements, we can just pass comments along based on that. Okay, so let's hear thoughts on the height first. Somebody want to jump in there? Go ahead, Mr. Whalen.
Sure. When I look at the elevations, and if you could bring those up, please, and compare the adjacent buildings, I have a hard time imagining that this is in any way compatible. Let's see, which are the ones? Yes, there. The east shows it, the adjacent dwellings, which do have windows and doors facing that wall, which I would think would be a terrible fate. And then if you could scroll up or down to show the, yes, there it is on the north. There's, you know, there's some work to be done to making these compatible. That being said, the imagery seems fine. That's apart from the materiality, brick or whatever finish is. I do think the height is exceeds any necessity. When I look at the heights that are listed on the section next to it, you could achieve 9-foot internal heights by lowering the overall height of these floor to floor. Some of them are 10.5. So I think that would go a long way. And then sort of on the massing, I understand the approach, and to some degree, I think it's successful, of having 2 buildings that looking like there was an original brick building and then another one, a larger 3-story building added behind it. But the connections don't hold true. If that were really what happened, I could accept the building, but I don't think there's a good enough blending, if you will, between the massing and the expression of those 2 parts. I think that really just sums up in a way what those basic thoughts that you asked for, Chair Moore. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
So I'll go next. Compared to, I think that the simplification, the simple massing is, you know, the way it moves it closer to being, you know, palatable. You know, I understand the program, the importance of the program, the limits of available sites, and I can't see this myself on this board denying this important use because of aesthetic concerns. So I think I've heard fairly reasonable rationalizations, not rational reasons for why it can't go below grade and why the heights have to be such. It's a demanding program. So I think that the way that the massing has been approached, simplification and so forth, is a lot more palatable than before. I think that, as I alluded, there's opportunities to articulate these two boxes on top of each other. For instance, pulling, I think I understand the idea of this dated, the 1930s street front building, but I think there's a lot of different ways to express that. And I think that here we have, the corners of the two-story box are higher. I think there's opportunities to take notches and articulations out of that. I think there's a way to make a hierarchy between the center entry all the way up to the second floor parapet and make this a lot more articulated. I think that, for example, the continuous aluminum awnings on the third floor right to the corner is expressing the broadness of this thing and the girth of it. And I think that pulling those back and doing some finesse at the corners of some detailing or something to refine it is very important. As far as the brick, I think that I really like brick, but I love it. I don't see it compatible except for the recreation building on Carrillo and Anacapa. And I think that maybe the solution is, plaster with that 1930s trim of brick, and the wainscot is brick, and so therefore only in that second story box, and then you go to a very clean plaster to above the first and second floor of the west and south elevations. It's so it feels a little different, a little simpler. So I think there's a lot of work to be done here. I think again, the broad band banding, I consider it heavy and expressing it, expressing the girth of the building, and should be sophisticated and pulled back from the corners, and the corners a little different and more delicate and so forth. Can you bring that parapet on the second floor down further? I think it's a wash. I think at its height, it's beginning to hide the third floor from the street level. So I think that that's kind of a wash of which way it goes. I think that it should be studied, except at the corners and so forth, as I've said. Again, I think there needs to be more study with the electrical transformer. I just can't agree that they go away, and there should be a study, at least a gentleman's effort to see what can be to minimize it in its present location or around the corner. As I alluded to, I think, you know, again, you know, the second floor of the quote unquote brick box, you know, could be helped with the articulation of the scale of the second floor windows, and you know, if they were larger and taller, and you know, it would elude to a smaller box. I've mentioned the hierarchy of the openings in front. As I suggested there, you know, with that whole discussion of the transformer where it is, there might be opportunity to finesse the bike storage inside to carve out some, you know, to make that whole arrangement different. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to go next?
Oh, I'm sorry, one more thing, excuse me. I think there's an opportunity, see these windows in the north elevation above the garage entry. Those are just reflecting the proportions and layout of the ones on the third. I think, you know, there could be an entirely different over to those windows, so that plaster different elevation looks different, more different in style. For instance, can those that window, the whole width of the opening, so there's these vertical corner column expressions, so it's very different than the box, the brick box. Thank you. Sorry for my extended comments.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Anderson?
I think you're muted.
Yeah, I think you. Ms. Anderson?
Here I am.
There you go.
Okay. In regards to height, I am fine with it. It's under the allowable height limit. It's programmatic. So we can't really do much about that. I appreciate the massing of the simplification and the stepping back from the neighbors on the second and third floor. In regards to the brick, yes, I understand the concept, and it does emulate a traditional 1920s downtown building. I don't think it's appropriate for this neighborhood, and there are no brick buildings around. I do like the style. I'm also from the Midwest. It's very familiar. I just don't think it's appropriate for this location. And what was the other item we needed to touch base on? I think it was those two.
Well, yeah, mass, bulk, scale, height. I think you touched on those.
All right. And yeah, and I also agree with relocating the transformer if possible. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Olson?
I think this building looks like what it is. And I think that justifies the mass, bulk, and scale and materiality. I like the proposal. If the color of red brick is what some might find distasteful, it doesn't have to, it can be brick and lots of different colors, which might help some of the objections. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. My own comments are that I think massing wise, it is challenging to, especially for the direct neighbors. I think that's really difficult to say it's compatible, but you know, it is largely a two-story building, at least on the street frontage, or appears to be a two-story building. I think we need to be okay with some of these larger buildings happening. I think in time, these parcels adjacent will get developed and something larger will come in there. And so I think the height is acceptable in my mind. You know, the way the massing lays out, I feel like could be manipulated a little further to help reduce the impact to the direct neighbors. I'm also not in favor of the brick stylistically. It just doesn't seem to fit. I think there's lots of other ways to approach this that would be more appropriate for the site. The transformer is incredibly unfortunate and definitely needs to move to the other street and get tucked away as much as possible. We've seen some creative solutions to disguising these transformers in other projects. So I would encourage the designers to work hard on that and really try and make the transformers a secondary element in the streetscape. I think those are my comments. So to the planning staff, we need a motion. Is that correct? Even though it's comments only?
Correct. We do need a motion, such as like a continuance with comments.
Okay. Can we do it as a continuance and with the list of each of the board members' comments that have been made?
That depends on if Mary has captured all of those comments or not. Mary, were you able to capture all of those?
Some of them were a lot of comments.
Some of them were longer than others.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I would need a summary of each comment, if you could, please.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I think it would be more appropriate to have a motion with all the comments that seem to be of consensus, or because you'll be voting on the motion. So if you have comments from everyone and not everyone agrees on what the other board member may have said, then the applicant will be, left to decide what to address or not.
Okay.
So if you could summarize, or if another board member could summarize what has been said, that would be most appropriate.
Okay. I'll give it a shot. So I'll make a motion for a continuance back to the full board or to whomever it goes to next with the following comments. And these are comments that I have heard from the majority of board members, that the project as presented is difficult to make compatibility findings due to the existing neighborhood fabric. However, that the overall height of the proposed project has been minimized to the extent possible. Therefore, the project height is appropriate for this site. Project massing needs continued study to further reduce the impact to the adjoining properties. The proposed exterior styling needs to be more compatible, needs to be restudied to be more compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and the City of Santa Barbara urban design guidelines. the transformer location shall be restudied and relocated to the, what's the name of the other street there?
Almond.
To Almond, and the transformer shall be screened to the greatest extent possible. Okay, so sort of a short list there.
One more thing, Mr. Chair, and I apologize that my image looks so dark. I do have the lights on in my office, but it doesn't look like it. Because this is going to go to the Planning Commission for the modification, parking modification, as well as the development agreement application. I can't remember what. There's a couple other things. CDP. No, that's not it. But anyway, could you make the compatibility analysis just in general? I know you did hit on some of them, but some of them may not apply. So I apologize for not, oh yes, the development plan there and also the parking modification. So they'll be reviewing those and we'll want to take your comments into consideration with respect to the compatibility analysis.
Okay, I mean, the parking modification is kind of difficult because it's really not our purview, right?
That's correct. That is not within your purview, but if there were any anything to address with respect to the configuration of the parking, that could be included. If appropriate. If you don't think it is, that's a fine.
Okay. Okay, well,
Can I
we
say
didn't
something?
really discuss the parking arrangement, so okay, well, should we have a straw vote on the parking arrangement if that's acceptable at this point? What do the board
Well,
members?
Vice Chair Six alluded to something that maybe they could study the bicycle parking and maybe somehow that could add one more space. I don't know if that's even appropriate to ask for, but.
No, I don't think that was where I was going. But I think that a parking arrangement as shown with entry, if perhaps Chair Moore, if you could add I'll second the motion with a statement and to add to your motion a statement that with the fact that there will be a dedicated left-hand turn lane going west on Mitchell Terrena, that the entry on parking flow and with entry on Mitchell Terrena and exit onto Almond is appropriate, and that the board understands the, no, I don't want to go there, that it appears to be as efficient as possible.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry, there's somebody typing and it's quite loud. So everybody who's not a board member, please mute yourself. Thank you. Okay, so I would accept that in that, I guess we don't have a second yet, but I would add that.
I was the seconder.
Oh, you were? Okay, great. Then let's add that. So in an initial review of the project compatibility findings, is the design of the project consistent with the design guidelines as applicable to the project? So technically, that would be not at this time due to the choice of exterior finishes and that's not being compatible with the neighborhood. Number two, compatible with the architectural character of city and neighborhood. Is the project design compatible with the desired architectural qualities and characteristics which are distinctive of Santa Barbara and the particular neighborhood surrounding the project? So that's essentially similar to point number one. Currently, the design is not fully compatible with the architectural character of the city and neighborhood. Number three, appropriate size, mass, bulk, height, and scale. This is sort of a split because although the height may be appropriate, it's my personal feeling that the mass still has the applicant still has some work to do on the overall mass and layout on the site. And number four, as far as we know, it is not adjacent to any landmarks or historic resources. Number five, does the project respond appropriately to established scenic public vistas? So I don't believe that there is necessarily a vantage point that is impacted. The mountain views from the street are impacted. Obviously, the little residential development next door is going to be impacted, but I don't know that their mountain view is impacted.
Chair Moore?
Yes.
Might I suggest that in regards to public views, that the board needs more information to determine whether there is mountain views affected?
Mm-hmm.
That be fair?
Sure. The applicant should provide additional material to demonstrate that established public vistas are not diminished. Number six, use of open space and landscaping. The project does include a very large amount of landscaping at the sidewalk and general street frontage. So for such a large building, it does provide a very large amount of landscaping, in my opinion.
I think a seconder can support that, and open space has been provided at second floor rear patio.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. So, and then we have to get to the modification. So there was the parking modification. What else is there? It's a question for staff. So the conditional use permit, commercial restricted zone, development plan for non-residential floor area. Do we weigh in on any of those other items besides the parking modification?
Thank you, Chair Moore. Those other items are land use items, and those will be things that the Planning Commission will be weighing in on.
Great.
Oh, excuse me, sorry. There might be another thing about the front setback. It's not listed here on the agenda, and I'm sorry, the planner is not here. Front setback due to the street dedication. I'm not sure what that is about. Chair Moore, would you allow the planner from the applicant team to explain that?
Sure.
Thank you. Ms. Allen?
Thank you, Chair Moore. I apologize. That was me typing, trying to get staff's attention on a couple procedural items. So last time we explained and we touched on it this time too, the city's the Paseos project. They've requested a street dedication along the Mitchell-Traina street frontage. It's a little bit hard to see if you, Mr. Nares, if you could zoom in on the left hand. You can see where the setback callouts are on the left side there. So we have about a 2-foot 6-inch land dedication that will allow the city to widen the street and create a bike lane. So that's a condition that then causes our project to request a very small zoning modification of the required setbacks. And they're noted on the, if you can scroll to see the left part of the screen. There we go. So these are the same encroachments that were in our original design. And if I may, as you were going through the compatibility criteria, as we've done procedurally on other projects, you know, whatever you can say specifically, while maybe the architectural style isn't compatible with the immediate neighborhood with the brick veneer, I think Mr. Cornell was trying to express that we wanted your feedback on that, but so maybe with a different finish on there, maybe the building would be more compatible with the neighborhood. Our goal again is to move this project along to the next processing step, which would be our formal application and up to the Planning Commission for the consideration of the land use applications, which include the modifications, the parking modification, a conditional use permit, and a development plan. And so whatever detail you can put in there with the compatibility criteria would be appreciated to move this along. It's not clear to me.
Okay, so
if you're
the
asking
question was about the setback. So
I understand, but I've been trying to interject and explain the project scope where staff wasn't sure because our planner isn't here. I apologize. Thank you.
Okay, so my question is about the setback modification. And Salen?
I'm sorry, what was, so the project is requesting on the first floor an encroachment of
Where is the encroachment?
Yeah, I don't think there is one.
If it's a 10-foot setback from the land dedication, looks like
okay, I'm sorry, the other design did have an encroachment. Mr. Cornell, were we keeping that same encroachment or not? Might be on the, it could be that we're meeting the ground floor, but the second floor encroaches.
Okay.
No? Have we removed the encroachments and nobody told me? I apologize. I thought there was an encroachment.
Okay.
O'Brien, there you are.
There's no setback modification then? No. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Apologize for that.
No problem. Okay, so then we don't need to cover that. I don't know, Vice Chair Six, if is it something we need to go back and add more detail to some of these descriptions in the motion?
No, Chair Moore, I think that I think that the applicant team has heard our many detailed concerns, and your broad stroke approach is appropriate.
Okay. Well, if that's it, let's take our vote, please.
All right, thank you. I'll start with Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Olson.
Abstain.
Okay, Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Guire? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair Moore. I was just wondering if we can get some clarification on why Board Member Olson abstained on this item.
Sure, I'll try. My position is different from what the motion is saying. But I think the importance of this project, this building, is extreme, and I don't want to be against it. So it seemed to me, rather than say no, I'd rather abstain.
Okay, thank you for that explanation so that the applicant can have clarity on that as well.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we can adjourn our meeting for the evening. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a good night.